So hello everyone, welcome back to the day one of this full stack web development course. Today we are starting with HTML, the language that forms the foundation of every single website. By the end of this video, you will know what is HTML is and why it is important, how to write a basic HTML document, important tags like heading, paragraph, line break, etc. Trust me, you will build something amazing by the end of this class. So let's jump in. Before we move to the forward in this our lecture, we need to download some code editor to run our HTML file. So in this course, we are using the code editor that is Visual Studio Code. So I'll tell you how to download the Visual Studio Code on your respective desktop or the respective laptops or systems. So let me open my Chrome browser, and in the search bar we need to write VS Code download and press enter button. After pressing the enter button, you need to open the file, and you need to click on this first link which is provided by the Google. So click on this link. After opening the link, you will see the website or the interface of the Visual Studio Code like this. So after opening this website, there are so many multiple options you can see here. For to download the VS Code for the Windows user, you can download the VS Code from this button or from the other operating systems like Linux or Apple or Mac. You can download the Visual Studio Code by clicking on these respective buttons. For Windows, this is the button. For Linux, these are the options they have provided, and for the Mac users, they have provided the option for to download the Visual Studio Code. So for this PC is currently of the Windows. So I'm going to download the Visual Studio Code for my Windows by clicking on this link. After clicking on this link, the file will download automatically here. So it will take some of the time according to your internet speed. So I have already downloaded the Visual Studio Code file on my system, and I have installed it. So I'll currently cancel this download. After downloading this file, go to your downloads folder, and you can see the Visual Studio Code.exe file. So click on that file and open that file. After opening that file, you accept the agreement and click on next button, and make sure you need to follow all the tick mark buttons, and after that click on the finish button. After finishing the button, so the VS Code has been successfully installed on your desktop or your system. So let's move to our first topic, that is HTML in our full stack web development course. So what is HTML? HTML stands for hypertext markup language. So what HTML is? HTML stands for hypertext markup language. So what is meant by the markup language? The markup language is it is the standard markup language for creating the web pages. So let me show you how the web pages look like. So let me open the Chrome and type here amazon.com. So this is the example of a web page. You need this web page has been created using the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and many other backend libraries, or we can say frameworks. So the basic structure of this web page has been created using the HTML only. So this is the logo, and this is the search bar. This is the option, or we can say this is the button, search button, and these are so many cards. So these all are done, or we can say these all are being created using the HTML. So HTML stands for hypertext markup language. So it is the standard markup language for creating the web pages. Using this HTML, we can create the web pages. So basically HTML describes the structure of the web page. So here you can see there are so many cards. In these cards there are so many images. There is a headings, there is a see more option button, or we can say this is the anchor tag, or we can say this is the link. By clicking on this link, the new page will be open. So these are all the functionalities, or we can say these all the functions has been created using the HTML only. Or So this is so the HTML gives the structure to the web page. It gives the proper structure to the web pages. By using HTML, I can place this essential for gamers. We can say that this is the card to be in the particular in this the left corner of the web page, or we can say the controllers on the right side of the web page. So this is in the perfect structure for the website of this Amazon. So these all structures have been created using the HTML. So moving forward, in this HTML, the HTML consists series of element. Using these series of element, we create the HTML web pages. So HTML elements tells the browser how to display the content. So in this HTML, they consist of a series of elements, and using these elements particular tells the our browser how to display the content on our web pages. So that is the HTML. So what is HTML? HTML stands for the hypertext markup language, and it is used to create our web pages, and it gives the structure to our web pages. And in this HTML, it consists of a series of elements, and using these elements, the elements tells the browser how to display the content. So moving forward to our HTML elements. So what is this HTML elements? So we have already learned in this using HTML elements, we tell our browser to how to display the content on our web pages. So let learn the HTML elements, how to write the HTML elements, and what are the different types of HTML we are going to learn. So in this HTML, then HTML element is defined by the starting tag, some content in between this tag and the ending tag. So to create a HTML element, we need to first write our the starting tag, and after that we need to write some content, and after that we need to close the starting, or we can say the tag which we have used in the starting. We need to close this particular tag using the ending tag. For so here this is the starting tag, this is the some content, and here goes the ending tag. Using these all, we can create an HTML element. Okay, I hope you are understanding each and everything. So let me erase it once again. Okay, so to create an HTML element, we need to use the starting tag, we need to use the ending tag, and in between these two tags, I need to write some text. And this text which I am writing between these two tags, the text will go to the browser and it will display on the web pages. So for examples of the HTML elements are the heading tag and the paragraph tag. So this is the heading tag, this is the starting tag, and this is the ending tag, and here goes the some content in this. This is my first heading. So what is written in between these tags will be displayed on our web pages. So another example is this paragraph tag. This is the starting tag, this is the ending tag, and between these two tags we have wrote some content. So I hope you have understood this what are the HTML elements. So moving forward, some HTML elements have no content. So before going forward, so some of the HTML, so all the HTML elements like this is the starting tag. So for this respective starting tag, there are respective ending tag also. We need to write ending tag for respect to all the starting tags. Okay. But there are some exceptions in the HTML also, like in chemistry. So in some HTML elements, we have no content. So there we for example, like the br element. So the br element is known as the break element. If we need to break the content in between, or if we need to bring the content to the next line, we use the br tag. So by writing the br tag, we can bring the element to the next line. So this tag doesn't has any content, or it doesn't has any ending tag. So these elements are known as the empty elements, and these empty elements do not have any ending tags. Okay, I hope you have understood what is the meaning of empty tags or the empty elements. So the empty elements doesn't have any ending tags, it only has the starting tag. So keeping this in mind, so moving further, we are going to learn about what are the tags and how we can create the tags. So so it is the container for some content or other tags. So it is the container for some content or other tags. So for example, this is the HTML element. In this HTML element, they have used some HTML tags. So this is the HTML tag and this is also HTML tag, and in between these two tags there is some content they have wrote. So let me explain what the HTML element contains. So these is the first tag which they have written. This tag is known as the opening tag, and the last tag which they have written is known as the closing tag, and the content between these two tag is known as the content. Okay, the what we have written in this between these two respective tags, or what the text we are going to write, this is known as the content. So the opening tag and the closing tag both are known as the tags. Okay, so this is a starting tag, this is ending tag. Using these two, they are known as the tags, and this is the opening tag, this is the closing tag. And the content, and the content, or we can say that the text which are going to write in this two tags is known as the content. Okay, so let's move forward. So the combinations of opening tag and the closing tag and the content forms the HTML element. So how the HTML element is been formed? So the HTML element is been formed using the opening tag, the closing tag, and the content. So it is the combination of these three, or we can say these three terms, or we can say the using these three things we can create the HTML element. So in further, if we want to create an HTML element using these three things, we can create our HTML element. So moving forward, let us create a file called as HTML on our VS Code. So before moving forward, we will create a file on our desktop. I will name it as HTML and press enter. So open this file and right click on this folder and press on open with more options and click on open with code. So after opening the Visual Studio Code, here is the interface how the Visual Studio Code looks like. So in this there are so many options: new file, new folder, or and there are connects, and here are the recent things. So let's close this, and here we can see that the folder which we have created and we have named it as HTML. So here it has already opened our HTML folder in this Visual Studio Code. So let us create a file by clicking on this new file option, and I'll name it as index.html to create our HTML folder, or we can say file. So in this, the index is the file name which we have given to the particular HTML file. So and .html is the extension we need to give to the particular file. If we want to create a HTML file, we need to add .html after the file name to create our HTML page, or we can say the folder. After that, so .html is the extension we need to write after the particular name which we have given to the HTML file. So let's type this code on our HTML page. So let me open my VS Code. So I'll create an HTML element in this file. So let me write the opening tag p. Let me zoom this. So I have created an opening tag, this is the closing tag, and in this I need to write the content, hello world. So after writing this HTML element, or after creating this HTML element, I'll so we need to press the Control S to save this file, and after that I will right click. Okay, after creating this HTML element, I'll go to my folder which I have created on the desktop. So here the index.html file has been already created. So double click on this, and here you can see that the content which we have written in the VS code between the two opening and the closing tag, the content will be displayed here. So this is the hello world. So once again, welcome to this HTML course, and we have started with our basic code. So let me create another head HTML element, that is h1 tag. Just press h1 and press enter, and we will write hello world, and let's save this and see and refresh this page. So here comes the hello world. So I have explained everything about how to create a HTML file and how to write the HTML elements in this Visual Studio Code, and how to open the file, and how we can see our web pages. So moving forward, so this way which I have told, like writing the elements here, opening the folder, opening the HTML page, and we can see how we can wrote the HTML tag. This will become the so many lengthy procedure. So I will give you one shortcut how you can see this. Okay, let me close this Chrome browser, and after that right click on this HTML page. Before going to this forward, go to this extension file and write here live server. After writing this live server, so here comes the first option. Click on this, and you need to install this live server on your Visual Studio Code. I have already installed it, and after installation I'll show you one shortcut how to create this, how to open the live server. So after installation, just right click on the page, and here you can see there is an option called open with live server. So create on this option. After opening this, the VS code will automatically open our web pages. So here you can see this is the paragraph tag, and this is a h1 tag. Okay, so let's go to our Visual Studio Code and just clear this out. So moving forward, so we have created HTML file, and we to create HTML file we need to write .html as the extension. So we have tried with these two example, that is paragraph tag and this heading tag, and this is the example of HTML elements. So we have created all this and understood how these HTML elements work. So moving forward, we are going to learn about the first element, that is the paragraph element. So what is this paragraph element does? So using a paragraph element can be created using these tags. Okay, so to create a paragraph element, we just need to write the less than sign, and we need to write p and then the greater than sign. So using these combinations we can create the paragraph tag. So now what does this paragraph tag do? So let me open my Chrome browser and write Wikipedia and open this website. So in this you can see there is so many paragraphs written here. So this is one paragraph, and or we can say, so this is the one paragraph. So these all information have been written in the paragraph element. So what is the paragraph element is, if we need to show the what we can say, a group of a text, or we can say a group of a sentence, is basically it is known as a paragraph. So if we need to show the paragraph to on our web browser, so we can use this particular paragraph element. So in a paragraph always, so the paragraph always starts with a new line, and browsers, okay, I'll explain this line. So paragraph always starts on a new line. So let me open this code and create a paragraph element and write this is a element. So let me just save this and refresh this. So this is the paragraph element. So what is the meaning of this line? A paragraph always starts on a new line. So what does it basically says, that if we have created a paragraph element, after that we will add some spaces, and we will create another paragraph element in this. This is the second paragraph element. So after that, let me just save this. So Here we have created the two paragraph element. This is the first paragraph element and this is the second paragraph element. Oh, there is a spelling mistake. Okay, let me just save this. Okay, after creating this first paragraph element, this is the second paragraph element. So I have wrote the paragraph element one after the another by giving these spaces. So what we are thinking means what we are expecting that after writing this code and when we open our web browser, the first sentence will be written here, and after that they will give some spaces, and after that this sentence will be written. Okay, we are thinking like this will going to execute, and so when we open our web browser and refresh it, this will not going to happen. So what is the paragraph element does? So when we create this element after closing the paragraph tag, or the after closing the this paragraph element, when we create another paragraph element, so the what the html does is the html will take this element and bring this element to the next line, and it will display like this. So it will not display in front of this first paragraph element. So so that's the first sentence what this actually says. The paragraph always starts on a new line. Okay, and what if we created like, okay, I'll just cut it and paste it in the new line and just save this. So after writing this, I'll just refresh it. So no changes will happen. So if we create the paragraph element after creating the first element, or we can type the paragraph element here, it will go bring back to the new line and eventually execute the tag. So moving forward, so next here comes the browser automatically add some white spaces before and after a paragraph element. So when we create a paragraph element, the html browser will automatically create some white spaces before and after of that particular paragraph element. Okay, moving forward, so here is the example of the paragraph element. This is the opening tag and this is the closing tag, and here is the content which is going to be displayed on our web browser. So let me create this example. So this is the paragraph element, and I'll just write some text. This is the first line, second line, third line. So let me just save this and open our web browser and just refresh it. So here what we can see this. Okay, I'll tell you. So here the paragraph always starts on a new line. So but in this I have the content which I have written here is in only one element, so it will display the all the elements in this fashion only. Okay, browser will automatically add some white spaces before and after the paragraph. So this is one element, so here it has been added some spaces here and here. Okay, moving forward, and here you can see that there is another html element used in this particular paragraph element. So this element is known as the bold element, or the we can say this is the bold tag. So what does this bold tag does? So using this bold tag we can create this text into the bold fashion. So in microsoft office we have created some of the documents in which we need to highlight some of the text, we use the bold tag. So that's the same here. If we want to highlight this content, we just need to write the opening tag of the bold tag, and we need to close it till what means what we can say that which text we need to convert the bold. We just need to add the opening and the closing tag of the particular bold element. So let me just explain it. So I for this this is the second line. So for this text I need to convert this into bold line, bold text. So I'll just write the b tag here and just cut it and paste it here. So let me just save this. So after writing this bold tag, in paragraph element we can write so many HTML elements in between this. So after creating this will be printed on our web browser normally, and this line also will be printed on our web page normally, but this sentence will be turned into the bold text. So let me just open our web browser and just refresh it. So here you can see the text has been converted into the bold. So that is the importance of the bold tag. So let me just clear this and open the file and clear everything. So we have learned what is the paragraph element and how to create a paragraph element, and after creating the paragraph element, what are the terms they or we can say what is the information, how does the paragraph work. I have explained everything. Okay, moving forward to the paragraph element. So with HTML, you cannot change the display by adding extra spaces or extra line in your HTML code. So what does this particular line says? So the browser will automatically remove any extra spaces and lines when the page will be displayed. So I'll explain these two lines. What does it trying to say is, so let me create this paragraph element and I'll write this is the first sentence, and I'll write or we can say I'll create some space and I'll write this is the second second sentence. So and after that I'll press enter. This is the third sentence. So what I have done is I have created a paragraph element. In this I have wrote one sentence. After that I have given uh, space of some of the distance, and after that I have created so after that I have gone to the new line. So this space will be empty, and I have typed another sentence on the next line, and after that I have closed this. So let me save this. So and let's see our browser how it going to show us. So let me refresh it, and here you can see that. So I have wrote these first sentences, so it is okay, it will display the first sentence. After that I have given some white spaces. So the HTML code will not, or the browser will not print these extra spaces here. So that's the thing what it's going to tell. The with HTML you cannot change the display by adding extra spaces or extra line. So for this I have created some extra line. I have gone to the another line. I have printed this third sentence. So the third sentence will be in the first line only, and thus there will be no extra spaces on this web page. So the basically what it's going to say is that only with HTML you cannot change the display by adding extra spaces or extra line in your HTML code. If you write these extra spaces or extra line, the browser will automatically remove any extra spaces and extra line when the page is displayed. So here you can see the example. So first of all, we have wrote this paragraph element. In this I have created extra spaces, and for each we have created extra line. So when we're going to print this, the HTML element convert this code into this code. It will remove the extra line and extra spaces, and after removing these all these text, or we can say with the content, will be going to display on our web browser. So I hope you have understood how the white spaces have been removed. So moving forward to the next topic, that is the heading element. So what does this heading element does? So when we open our Wikipedia, so here you can see there are some of the text that is written very big, larger in size, and there are some of the other elements, or we can say some of the sentence, the size of the sentence has been reduced as compared to this main heading. And we can generally say that this is the title of the page and this is the subtitle of the page. So these titles or the subtitles have been created using this particular heading element. So to create heading element, we just need to write the h1, and we for this particular h1 we need to close the closing tag for the h1, and we need to write some particular content in this opening and the closing elements. So this particular element will be displayed on our web page with the bold and some increase in the text font size. So in HTML, there are totally 6 heading elements. They are from H1 to H6. So here is the example of the 6 HTML element. There is no elements like H7, H8 or H9. So there are only 6 heading elements. They are from H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6. So there are totally only 6 heading elements. So what is the difference between these 6 heading elements? So let me explain you. So h1 defines the most important heading. So for example, if we are creating a HTML page, in that HTML page I need to display the text which is the most important I need to show on my web pages. So to display the important things, I will use this h1 element to display the most important thing. Okay, then what is the important of this h6 element? So if there is a least important heading which I need to show on our web pages, so I will use this h6 element. Okay. uh, Okay, and one more thing, using this h1 element, we can only use one h1 per page. So I'll show you example of this. So here this is the h1 element. So this is the most important thing on these web pages, and with this font size they have not used anywhere in this web pages. So I'll just move to the another page by clicking this. So here this is the h1 element. So in this whole web page they have used only one h1 element. After that there are some other texts. Okay, so we can use only one h1 element per page. It's not like that we can only use one. We can use the h1 element so many times, or I can show you example here. I'll just create h1. This is the heading. This is the heading. I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. So let me just save this and open our browser and just refresh it. So here you can see there are so many h1 element, but it is not the correct way to use the h1 element in our web pages. So my recommendation is used to that is, if you are creating a web page, you to if we are giving any particular title to your web page, use the h1 element. And you can if we use the h1 element only once on the page, it will look nice, or we can say that it is the proper way to execute the heading elements. So let me explain the all other heading elements. They are h2, h3, h4, h5 and h6. So what is the use of these remaining heading elements? So let me just show you. I'll just change it here. I'll just remove this. Here it is h6, here it is h5, here it is h4, here it is h3. After that I'll write here also h1, h2, h3, h4, h5 and h6. So after saving this file, let's go to our web browser and just refresh it. So what has happened here? So this is the regular h1 element. In this particular h1 element, the text has been converted into bold and the size of the text has been increased to larger. So this h2 is the heading 2. So this size of the heading 2 content has been reduced as compared to the size of the h1 element. So that's the difference between these all the h heading elements, or we can say h heading tags. So this is the h1 tag, this is h2, h3, h4, h5 and h6. So in this is the most important, or we can say if we want to display the most important title or a subtitle on our web page, we can use this heading. And after that, this h6 is been used to display which is the least important on our web page. If we want to show that, then we can use this h6 element. So moving forward to our heading elements. Okay, so headings are titles or subtitles that you want to display on the web pages. So headings are generally the titles or subtitles that you want to display on our web page. So let me open our web page here. Here this is the h1 element, and here this is the h2, or we can say h3 element. So this is the title or this is the subtitle for this particular page. So to create this type of subtitle or title elements, we can use the heading element. So in HTML, headings are used for only heading purposes only. So let me clear you this important line. So if we want to use the heading element for particular heading element only, we cannot use the particular heading element to convert the particular content to the bigger size and to convert this particular element to the bold size. For that, if we want to convert the particular text in the, or we can say to increase the particular text with the so many number of times, and to convert the particular text into bold, there are some other tags which we are going to learn in the future. But for the particular heading tag, we gonna use the particular heading tag for heading purposes only. That's the meaning of this line. So let's move forward to our first practice question. So in this, we can see here, so we need to create this web page using our HTML elements. So let me explain you what they have used in here. So this is the main heading they have used. So the main heading has been created using the h1 element. After that, this is the h2 element. How I can say this is the h2 element? As I compared to this h1 element, so the size of this particular h1 is less than as this, or we can say this particular h2 is the size of this particular h2 is less than as this compared to the h1. So this particular text is been of h2. Similarly, for this Captain America, it is also h2. For this Hulk, this is also h2. And this text has been written in the paragraph. So if we need to write some of the long sentences, we can use the paragraph element. And in this particular paragraph element, they have bolded this particular text. To convert this particular text to the bold, we can use the bold tag. So come on, let's convert this particular example to our web pages. So let me just clear this all and open our web pages. So refresh it. I'll just save this and refresh it here. So there is nothing here. So let us create this. So first of all, I need to create this h1 element. Just press h1 and press enter. In this, I need to write Avengers. After that, I'll type this h2 element. I'll create the h2 element. In this, I'll write Iron Man. After this, I'll take the paragraph element and write this. So what is this? Also goes by the name. So after this particular what we can say name has been written in the bold tag, that is Tony Stark. So I'll create his here another element that is bold. Just pressing B and pressing enter, the VS Code will automatically generate the bold element. In this I need to write Tony Stark. Okay, I have created this, and moving forward, so here is the h2 element and here is the another paragraph tag. So h2 Captain America, CAPTIA America. I'll create another paragraph element and I'll just copy this and paste it here. I'll just change the name, that is Steve Rogers. So I have created this, and next is the Hulk. I'll take another h2 element, Hulk, press enter and just paste it here. Here I need to change this and write Bruce Banner. So let's just save this. So let me explain what I have done. This is the h1 element, this is h2, this is the paragraph element, this is h2, this is paragraph, h2 and paragraph, and this text has been converted into bold by using the bold element. So let me show you how I can create it, and just save this and open our browser and let's see the output. So this is the output. This is has been this, I mean, this particular heading has been converted into h1, this is h2, this is h2, h2, this is paragraph, and this is the text which has been converted into bold. So moving forward with our slide. So let's move to our next question. So here they have used this title as h1, this is as h2, and this is as h3. Why h3? So see the font size here. This is greater than as compared to this. So and this is the paragraph which they have created using the paragraph element. So let's create this. So I'll just refresh this out and type h1 and press enter. So after creating a h1 element in this, I'll write title title. I'll create h2 element in this. What they have written, subheading 1, subheading 1, and after that I'll create a paragraph. Just press enter. So here I'll write lorem, press enter. So what is this lorem, on how I have converted this random text? So again go to this particular option extension and type there lorem, lorem ipsum, lorem ipsum, and press enter and install it. So after that, when we write a lorem and press enter, the Visual Studio Code will automatically generate some random amount of paragraph text. So there is no need to think and write what you should write in this particular paragraph element. So the Visual Studio Code will automatically generates this particular paragraph for me. So let me just save this and move forward. What are the next things we need to type in this particular page? So that is the h3 element. Press enter, and what we need to write, subheading 2, heading 2. I'll create a paragraph and write rem press enter, and I'll just save this and open my browser and just refresh. So here is the output. This is the title, h2, h2, and this is the paragraph. So I hope you have understood how we have created these particular pages using the tags and elements. So moving forward to our next question. Okay, so here is the another. So I think this is the same question, like with the different text only. Okay, it's okay. We will create another example with this. I'll just refresh it. So what they have, this is the h1, this is the h1 element, this is the h2 element, this is also h2 element, and this is the paragraph element they have used in this particular example. So let's create this h1 element. What they have wrote, this is the main heading, so I'll also write this is the main heading. After that, I'll create h2 element. In this, I'll write this is the second heading. This is the second, this h1 h1 heading element, and with this h2 heading element. So let's see what's the next one. So I have created h1 and I created h2. So then I will want to create this paragraph tag with this h2 and this paragraph tag. So let's create this. I'll type p and write lorem and press enter. So I have created the h1 heading element with h2, and this is the paragraph tag. So after that, let me create another heading element, that is h2, and let's write there add another heading. I'll write another heading. Just save this and let's see our web browser and just refresh this. So here it is. We have created h1, h2, paragraph, h2, and paragraph. So now let's move to our next question. So this is our next question. So in this question, it is similar to this question only, but the changes they have done is the particular this text they have converted into the bold, and this particular text they have converted into bold, and this particular text they have converted into italic, and this particular text they have add an underline under the this particular text. So let's do this. I'll open this code and I'll add here the bold element, and I'll just cut this and paste it in this both opening and closing tag of the bold text. And after that, I'll type I for the italic one. I'll just cut this and paste it here. And for the next one, we have underline. I'll just type U and press enter. Wait a second. U and press enter. I'll just cut it and paste it here. So let's save this and let's see our output on our web browser. Just refresh it. So here you can see this particular text has been converted into the bold text, and this particular text has been converted into italic, and similarly this particular text has been converted into underline. So in this way we can convert the text into bold, italic, and underline in the paragraph tag. So let's move to the next question. Or okay, so let's move to the next topic. So this is the most important topic we are going to discuss now. So that is the boilerplate code. So in html, we no, we can't write just like creating these tags and doing or creating our web pages. There is a particular way to create these web pages. So to start with the particular web page, we need to create the boilerplate code. So it is the standard format or a skeleton of writing the html code. So in html there is a particular way to write the html code, so that is known as the boilerplate code. So in this boilerplate code, there are so many what we can say html elements in which we are going to discuss now. So the first one is the doc type html, and after that there comes the html element. After that it comes heading element, then comes title, then comes body, and this h1 and mp paragraph element. I'll explain each and every element now. So here comes the continuation of the boilerplate code. So what is the meaning of this doc type html? So this particular doc type is an declaration to the HTML file that this particular document is an HTML5 document. So basically I am declaring by typing this particular code to the HTML file, that I am declaring that this particular document is an HTML5 document. So let's move further. So next comes is our HTML element. So this is basically the root element of the HTML page. After writing this doc type HTML, we are going to write the root element. Inside this root element, we are going to write all these HTML elements. So after that, next comes our the head element. In this head element, this particular head element contains the meta information about the HTML page. So whatever we are going to write, or whatever we are going to write in this particular HTML code, it gives the meta information about the HTML page. So it contains the information about the HTML document. So next, move forward. So here comes the title element. So this title element specifies a title for the HTML page, that is which is so it gives a particular title to the particular HTML page. So when we open our browser, so here there is a 127.001. So this is particular, basically this is the title. So if we need to change this particular title, we have to write the title name in this particular title is title element tag. So let's move forward. So our next element comes is, that is the body element. So this particular body element defines the particular document's body. So this is the main body which we are going to use in our HTML element, and it contains all the visible content such as headings, paragraphs, images, hyperlinks, tables, and lists, and etc. So the content which which we are willing to show on our HTML page, or we can say that to show the content on our web browser, we use this the body element. Inside this body element, we need to write the particular code which we are writing this before. This all code should be written in this body element. In this body element, so the content which we are writing in this body element will be displayed on our web browser, and we have already learned this element, that is h1 element and this paragraph element. So let's create the boilerplate code on our HTML file. So the first thing come is that the document type, doc type. So now, so by writing this code, I have declared that this particular document is the HTML5 document. After that, I'll create the root element, that is the HTML. Just press enter and I have created a root element. After that, I will create a head element. So inside this head element, I'll create a title element. Inside this, I'll type, this is the title element. So after this, when we study CSS in a further course, so to link the CSS with our HTML, we just copy the link of the CSS file and just paste in this head element. So basically this head element contains the metadata of this HTML document. After that, we are going to convert, or we can say after that we are going to type the body element. In this, we will going to create the h1, and right, this is the heading element. After that, I will going to write the paragraph element. So I have created this. So just save this and open our Chrome browser and just refresh it. So here comes. So this content is only visible when we write the particular code in this body element only. Okay, so I have created the doc type which tells that this particular document is the HTML5 document. I have created the root element, that is the HTML, and I created head element which contains the metadata of the particular document, and I created the body element in which the content which I need to show, I will write the code in here. So here is the boilerplate code. So for every HTML page, when I create a separate HTML file, I need to write this boilerplate code once again. So to avoid this all, I have there is a shortcut method. So I'm going to tell you the shortcut method. So on your keyboard, just type shift 1 and it will create an exclamation mark. So it is an emit abbreviation. So VS Code will use the emit abbreviation like the exclamation mark. So when we press enter, so it will give us the boilerplate code by default. Okay, and here we can change our title. This is the title. In this we are going to write the heading element, and we can type the paragraph element. So here it is. So let's just save this and open our Chrome browser and just refresh this. So here it is. This is the heading and this is the paragraph tag. So by this we have completed our first day of HTML. So just let's revise from starting what we have learned in this so far lecture. So we have learned what is HTML, how this HTML does, and what is the meaning of markup language and everything. After that, we have learned about the HTML elements and how the HTML elements have been created and what are the different types of HTML tag and how to create an HTML tag using HTML. So after that we have read that how to convert the HTML file with this .html file extension, and we have seen some of the examples of this HTML tags. And after that we have learned about the first element, that is the paragraph element, and how it is and how the paragraph element has been created and what are the conditions we need to follow to write the paragraph element. After that we have read the heading element, and we have learned the different six types of heading element that are from H1 to H6 and uses of each particular heading element. And after that we have solved some of the practice questions. After that we have seen about this boilerplate code. So here completes our day one of this HTML code. So I hope you have understood everything what I have explained in this code. So after this completing lecture, so go through this particular notes what I have prepared and try to practice each and every practice questions once again, so that you will get understand what and how this particular HTML works. So all the best for your future. So till then, keep learning and keep exploring. So goodbye. Hey guys, welcome back everyone. Today is our day 2 of HTML, and by now you should be comfortable with the basic tags like headings, paragraphs, and about the boilerplate code. So today in this video we are going to talk about the lists. So what is list? In HTML, list allows web developers to group a set of related items in a list. So for example, when you are sitting at your home freely, then your mom will give one list of things which you need to bring from the grocery store. So when you are going, so when you take that particular list and when you see, so there will be a one single page. On that single page there will be the list of items you have to bring from the grocery store. So basically it is a list of the all items from one group, and this list of all, or we can say this group has been written on the single page. So this page is known as the list. So this in HTML lists allows a web developer to group a set of related items in the list. So it is a group of related items and it is present on a page. So this particular page is known as the list. So in HTML there are two types of a list. They are unordered list and ordered list. Okay, I hope you understand what is mean by the list. It's a basically a list. You, for example, it is a grocery list, or it is the list of the things which you want to buy from the store or supermarket, etc. So let's moving forward. We are going to study about the unordered list. So an unordered list starts with the UL tag. So this unordered list, so it is the type of the list in which it is the first type of a list, that is unordered list. So this unordered list starts with the ul tag. In this, u stands for unordered and l stands for the list. So basically by combining these two, it forms the ul, that is unordered list. So after that, in each list item starts with the li tag. So after creating the list, in which in that particular list, if you want to add the items or the things which you want to bring from the grocery stores, that particular line, or we can say that particular thing which you are going to write will be created from this tag, that is li stands for list item, l stands for list, and I stands for item. So okay, I hope you understand what is mean by the ul tag and the li tag. So ul tag stands for the unordered list and li stands for the list item. Ul is the unordered list in which we need to type the list of the items which we want to bring from the grocery stores, and those list of items of I mean to say those particular items are written from this li tag, that is list item. Okay, moving forward, the list items will be marked with the bullets, small black circles by default only. So let me create unordered list. So imagine this is the unordered list. So in this, the basic meaning of the unordered list is in the name of the unordered list only. So what is mean by unordered list? So let's divide this name into two parts, that is un and that is ordered. Ordered means the particular elements are arranged in a particular order. They are from 1 2 3 4 5, like this order. So but in this particular list, that is the type of list, it is unordered. Unordered means there is no particular arrangement, or the list of the items are arranged in a random way in the particular list. So that's the meaning of unordered list. So how this unordered list can be create? So after creating the unordered list, you can see in our web browser that if we create an list of item like a coffee, tea, or and the milk, and when we save it, and when we open our web browser, we can see that the list of the item will create, or the list is been created like these small black circles, and the name of the list item will be written in front of these particular black dot circles. So like this, the list will be created in our web pages. So let's see how to create these web pages or list on the web pages using the unordered list tags. So first of all, you need to declare that we are going to create a list, that is unordered list, by creating the opening tag of the unordered list and by the closing tag of the unordered list. Inside this two tags, we need to create one more tag, that is the list item. Basically we need to add the list item only. So if we want to add the list item, or if we want to add the particular thing which we want to add in the list, so we are from using the list item tag, we are going to create the list item. So from ul, we are declaring that we are going to bring the unordered list. So this particular URL tag is the declaration of that we are going to create another list. Inside that, to write the particular element, we are using the li tag. Li stands for the list item. So now let's open our VS Code and let's create the unordered list. So let me change this title to lists. Okay. Okay, now I am going to create an unordered list by typing ul. Ul stands for unordered list. From this, I have declared that I want to create an unordered list and press enter. In that, I want to add the element. So to adding the element, I need to type the list item, that is li, and press enter. In that, we can type the names, or we can type the things name that we are going to add on the list. So let me add coffee, tea, and milk. Okay, I have declared that I want to create an unordered list. In that, these are the three list items. So let's save this file and open our web browser by clicking on open with live server. So here you can see that this is the unordered list. So this is basically a list in which these are three list items. So now I hope you have understood how we can create the unordered list type. Okay, so let's move forward to the next type of a list, that is ordered list. So it's basically this is unordered list and this is ordered list. In this, the list of the items are not present in the particular order, and in this ordered list, the item list have a particular what we can say, the particular numbering before the list item present in the list. Okay, so now what is ordered list? So an ordered list starts with the OL tag. O stands for order and L stands for list. To create an ordered list, we are using OL tag. To create unordered list, we are using UL tag. By declaring the OL, we are telling our HTML document that we are going to create an ordered list. Okay, for each, so now in ordered list, I want to add the element. So to add element, we use the same tag, that is a list item, which we have used in unordered list. That same tag we are going to use in the ordered list by a list item, that is li tag. Okay, the list item will be marked with the numbers by default. Okay, when we create our ordered list, or we can say that when we create a list, ordered list, in that we are going to add the items. So in our unordered list, the black dot circle will be present before the list item. So here we the VS code will, or the HTML document will give us the number for the particular list item present in the ordered list. So so by declaring the OL, we are taking the ordered page, or we can say that I am creating a ordered list in which coffee, tea, milk is the list item. So first one line will execute, that is list item. So here one number will come. After that, the coffee will be wrote here. After that, the second number will come here, tea will be wrote. After that, third number will become, and here milk will be wrote. So like this, ordered list will be created. So let me show you how the ordered list we need to create on the VS code. So let's clear this and type OL. OL stands for order list. I am creating the order list. After that, I want to add the elements, or we can say I want to add the things in the order list. So I'm typing LI and press enter. In this I want to add coffee, COFFEE, coffee. After that, I want to add one more item, that is tea. After that, I want to add one more item, that is milk. Okay, I have created the ordered list in which I have added three items, and let's save this and open our browser and just refresh the page. Here you can see that the particular numbers are present before the respective list item. So that is the meaning of ordered list. I hope you have understood what is meant by the unordered list and ordered list. So moving forward, what is mean by type attribute in the ordered list? Okay, you might get a doubt that from by default there is the name like 1 2 3. So by default, I have been creating this ordered list with 1 2 3. But I don't want this 1 2 3. Instead of this 1 2 3, I want something else. So what are those? So for example, we are creating a list in which these are the list items. Before this, every list item, I don't want the 1 2 3 numbering by default. I want to change the numbering. For example, I want to create here A, B, C, D, E, or etc. Or I want to add the Roman number like 1, 2, 3, and so on. So these type of ordered list can be created using the type attribute. So that's the importance of the type attribute we are going to see now. Okay. So let's start with the type attributes in the ordered list. So the type attribute of the ordered tag defines the type of list item maker. Okay, by the ordered list, in that with the help of type attribute we define that what type of list item maker we are going to use. So by default the HTML will use a type 1, that is numbering. Okay, in HTML by default, they have given the type as 1. So instead of using numbers, if I want to use the letters, alphabetical letters like A, B, C, D in the uppercase, lowercase, or if I want to use the Roman numbers like in uppercase or lowercase, I can use the particular which type of what we can say alphabet or Roman number we are going to use. We just need to add this type attribute in our ordered list, so that we can declare the type of what we are going to use in the ordered list. So for example, or okay, we are going to learn in this upcoming slides. So there are totally 5 types. This particular one number is of default, that is the numbers numerical, and this is the uppercase letter, that is capital A. If I want to create a list like A and the element B and the another element C and the another element, we can use the type capital A. We just need to write the type, and we just need to add the equal to sign, and in the double inverted commas we are going to type the capital A. So after that, if I don't want to use the capital A or capital alphabeticals, so that so I can use the small a, small b, small c, like these alphabetical orders of this lowercase letter I can use instead of these capital letters. So if I don't want to use any number, any alphabetical letters, I can use the Roman numbers in the uppercase as well as in the lowercase. So in uppercase, if I want to create, I just need to type the type is equal to 1, that is the Roman number 1. So the list will be created in this like format. This is the 1 and this is the list name. This is the 2, this is the list name. This is the 3, this is the list name. So this is the uppercase Roman letter. So next comes the lowercase Roman number. So it will come like this in fashion. This is the lowercase first number. This is the second number, and this is the third number. So like this we can create the different types of a type attribute of the ordered list tag using the type attribute in the ordered list. So let's learn each of these ordered list, or we can say the type in the ordered list now. Okay, so here comes the first one, that is the numbers. So by default we have seen that to create so using this example I'll explain how this example will work. Okay, by creating by creating this OL, we are declaring that I want to create a list. So the list has been created, which is in the form of ordered list. So I want to create a list in the form of ordered list. Okay, by this li I have wrote that this is the list item. Here comes the coffee, here comes the milk, here comes the tea, or we can say that here comes coffee, tea, milk. Okay, by the list item I have created this all name in the list, in the ordered list. Okay, but before this there is no numbers. So I am typing the type of the numbers what I want to give before the particular list item. So by writing type is equal to double inverted commas 1. So by this the HTML code, so by this number, the HTML document will understand that I want to add the number in before the each list item. So here comes the 1, here comes the 2, and here comes the 3. So let's try this on our VS Code. So here is the ordered list, and here are the 3 list items. So in this particular item, so I want to add the type, that is the 1. So in the ordered list opening tag, I will type attribute is equal to and type double inverted commas. Inside that I am going to write 1, and just save this and open our web browser and just refresh this. So here the 1 2 3, the numbers are being formed in before this particular list item. So now let's move to our next, that is uppercase letters. So in this uppercase letter I just need to change the type, that is instead of 1 I'm going to write the capital A. So let's check this and how it's going to run. So I'll explain this once again. So by declaring OL, I am going to declare a list. In that, these are the list item I am creating using the li tag. That is, these are the 3 list item. So in the order list opening tag, I have declared the type of attribute, that is capital A. So the document will understand which type of attribute you are going to use before the particular list item. So here there is a capital A. So I am writing here capital A, capital B, capital C, and so on. So let's try this on the VS Code. Instead of this 1, I am going to close this and type capital A. After this, I'll need save this and open our VS Code. So here you can see the changes. Here is the capital A, capital B, and capital C before each list item. So this is the uppercase letter. So now let's move forward to our lowercase letter. So same as it is like in this uppercase and in the numbers example. So using the OL I am creating the ordered list. In this I am using the li tag, I am creating the list element. After that I am going to type A. The document will understand I am going to use the type attribute, and the type is the small a. So I am going to write here small a, small b, and small c, and so on. So let's open our VS Code and I'll erase this capital A and I'll just write small a and just save this and just open our web browser. So here the change has been made. So this is small a, small b, small c before these all list item. So now let's move forward. What is the next type? That is the Roman number, that is specifically to the uppercase. So using OL I am going to create a list, and using LI I am going to add the list item, and I'm going to type the attribute, that is the which type of lettering or numbering I want to use, that is the capital uppercase of the Roman number. So here comes the 1, here comes the 2, here comes the 3, and here comes the 4, and so on. So let me open, and here I'll write Roman of 1. So just save this and just refresh. So here you can see this is 1 2 3 of the uppercase in the Roman numbers. So let's move forward. So next here comes the Roman number lowercase. So in this particular Roman number lowercase, we are just replacing this capital I with small I. So the list has been created, and for the particular one list item, the first Roman number will be generated and the list item will be printed here. After that, again the another list item is present here. So I am creating another small lowercase Roman number and printing the T. After that I am using the third Roman number and printing the list item. Okay. And so on, sorry, and so on. We just need to add the list item, it will goes automatically and print. So let's see, I'm going to clear and I'm going to write small I and just save this and open web browser. Here you can see that this is the small case of the Roman lettering. So that's it. So what we have learned is, so far, so we have learned what are the list. In list there are two types of list: ordered list and unordered list. In ordered list, the item list will be marked with the bullets, that is the small black circles, and in ordered list the list item will be marked with the numbers by the default. Okay, there are in ordered list there are the type attributes. So there are so many type attributes you can use, but for the currently now there are these important type attributes we are going to see, that is the number, that is uppercase letter, lowercase letter, uppercase Roman numbers, and lowercase Roman numbers. So this is the numbers. We just need to type the attribute like type is equal to inverted commas 1, and in the uppercase I just need to replace the 1 with the capital A. In lowercase I just need to replace the capital A with the small a, and in Roman numbers uppercase I just need to replace the small a with the capital I, and for the Roman numbers in lowercase, I just need to type the small I. So here completes our what we can say the type attribute in the lists. So our next topic is nested lists. So what is mean by the nested list? So list can be nested. Okay, so what is mean by the nested list? So nested list is also known as list inside another list. Okay, what is the meaning of that? So basically you have seen some forms which you have filled in your previous, or we can say admission. So this is the particular form in this, or you can or you have seen the particular list like in textbooks. So usually in the for a small grade students textbook, you have seen that there is a list called the vegetables here, and in that vegetables there are so many numbers like what we can say lady's finger, onion, potato, tomato, etc. And after that, here there is fruits, and inside fruits there is mango, apple, pineapple, and etc. So, like this type of a list. So this is the list of vegetables and fruits. Inside this particular list, there is another list. Inside the vegetable, there is another list of things or items. We can say that this is the group of vegetables, and this group of vegetables has been stored in this vegetable name, and similarly in these fruits also, and these vegetables and fruits are the edible things, so it makes a one group and being written on the list. So this particular list will become the nested list. So I hope you have understood what is meant by the nested list. It's basically the list inside the list. So now let us understand how this code or how to write the nested list in HTML. So here's the example of the nested list. So basically here first line is the unordered list. Okay, I need to create an unordered list. So I'm creating an unordered list. Remember, in unordered list, the list item are being declared using the black circle dot. Okay, so in unordered lists, here the indentation is the most important. Okay, this unordered list will end here. Okay, and this list item is here, and this list item will presentable here. Okay, inside this list item there is another unordered list. Okay, this and these are the two. Okay, I hope you are able to understand how these are lines form. Okay, so from this particular first example I am creating a list, okay, which is unordered. In this there are three items, that is list item, that is coffee, tea, and milk. Okay, for this I'm writing here black dot, and here is coffee, here is tea, and here is milk. Okay, but have you seen here inside this T option there is another unordered list. So in this particular T item there is another unordered list. Inside this unordered list there is the list item of black tea and green tea. So here comes the coffee, here comes the tea, and here comes the milk. So inside this T option there is another unordered list. So the unordered list has been created. So I'm going to use the black dot, and I'm going to write here black tea, and here I'm going to write the green tea. So this is the example of nested list. That's so easy. Oh, it's not like that in unordered list you can use only the unordered list. It's not like that. You can use or we can say you can use unordered list. Inside that you can use the ordered list, or you can use ordered list. Inside that you can use unordered list, or inside inside the list is also known as the nested lists. Okay, I hope you have understood everything. So let's move forward. I'll just erase this all. Okay, so let's move forward with the naming, that is attribute. So our next topic is attribute. So what are the attribute? Attributes are used to add more information to the particular tag. So we know how to create a tag, or how to create a tag name. That is, for example, this h1 is the tag, or in this particular tag to add more information to this particular tag, we use these attributes. So attributes are used to add more information to the tags. So using this, but so inside this tag I will generally write some attributes, so that attribute is the particular more information about that particular tag, you can say. So for this is the example of the attribute. So inside this HTML tag, I am using language is equal to English. So this is known as the attribute. So what more additional information it is giving to us? So it is basically saying that in our HTML tag, I am creating the document of HTML in the language that is English language. So I'm so in this HTML document, the language which I am using is English, so I am declaring this particular attribute to this HTML document. So basically it gives me more information about the HTML, so or it gives me more information about this particular tag. So like this attribute helps us to give the more information about the particular tag. So let's move forward. All the HTML elements can have attributes. So what are the elements we have learned so far? A heading element, paragraph element, list element, or we can say the italic, underline, or bold. These all are the HTML elements. In this all HTML elements, we can all these elements can have attributes. Okay, attributes provides additional information about the elements. As we have learned here, additional information are being given by the attributes for the particular element. So attributes are always specified in the starting tag only. You have seen that this is the starting tag of the HTML, and if we want to give the additional information for the particular tag, we need to add the attribute in the starting tag or the opening tag of the particular HTML element, or we can say the starting tag. So let's move forward. So how we can name this particular attribute? The attribute usually comes in name oblique values pair. Like this is the name of the attribute and this is the value of the attribute. Like this we need to create the attribute. So here this is the name of the attribute, that is language, and this is the value of the particular language, or we can say this is the particular value of the attribute. Like this we are going to create the attributes. So they are basically the, it gives the more information about the particular text. So let's moving forward. So here comes the most important element, that is the anchor element. So what is anchor element? So the anchor tag defines a hyperlink which is used to link from one to other. So what I have missed here. So okay, I have not given the example of a nested list, right? So wait, I'll just show you the examples of a nested list. I thought I have missed something. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. So okay, so nested list is the means it is the list inside the list. So I'll just explain this code. So first here it is the unordered list. So I'm getting the unordered list. So inside this I am going to list the items like coffee, tea, and milk. List item with the COFFE, coffee, tea, and milk. So I have created another list of coffee, tea, milk, and inside the tea there are again unordered list, that is black tea or green tea. So inside what we can say the tea item. So this is the tea item. Inside this particular tea item, I'm going to write another unordered list. So let's type unordered list. Inside this, I'm going to create another list, that is black tea and what is it, green tea. Green tea. So let's save this and open our browser. So just refresh, you can see that this is the unordered list of coffee, tea, and this is the list inside this unordered list, that is black tea and green tea. So I hope you have understood the importance of nested lists. So let's move forward to our attributes. So attributes is basically it gives the more information about the particular tag. That's it. And so let's continue with our anchor element. So what is the anchor element? So the anchor tag defines a hyperlink which is used to link from one link to another. So basically it is not like that when we so for example I'll show you the here amazon.com. So okay, this is the one website of Amazon. So for anchor link means, so this is the type of what we can say link, or that is a button, or we can say hmm, okay. So here is the link. So this particular type is known as the anchor link. So when I click on this particular link, the new page will be opening. So let me click this here, a new web page will be open. That's the form. I need to fill this form. So by using this type of links, I'm going to the another website, or we can say another web page of this particular website. So I hope you understand what is the meaning of the anchor list, anchor element. So the particular anchor element are being created using the anchor tags. So to create an anchor tag, I just need to write the a between these two particular brackets. So it defines, it is a hyperlink which is used to link from one to another. So this is the example of an anchor tag. So here is the opening tag of the anchor, and this is the closing tag of the anchor. So after that, between this there is known as the href. Href is basically we need to paste the url of the particular website, by which when we are going to click on this particular content here, or by clicking on this particular content, this particular url should open. That is the meaning of this particular anchor tag. I'm going to tell how this works now. No, okay. I'll just open this go, what we can say that vs code. So to create an anchor tag, press a and press enter. So automatically the vs code will give the opening tag, and here comes the closing tag. And in this href I need to paste the google page. So I'll just open the chrome and I'll just write google. I'll just click on this. So copy this url and open our web page, and in this double inverted comma we need to paste the url. So press ctrl v. Okay, and just save this. After saving, in between this opening tag and the closing tag we need to write something, so that we can be able to visible on our website that this particular link is going to this particular url. So I'm writing this google and just saving this. Just open our web page, that is this is the google. So instead of google I'm writing hello world. We can type anything. We need to save this, and here comes the hello world. So basically this url is of google, so I am changing this to back, that is google. And okay, there is a spelling mistake of google, sorry. Okay, and just need to save this and open this. So the google will be shown in this our web page. By while clicking on this particular link, this is the web page it's going. So I hope you understand how this is going to work. So to create like this, I just need to create this opening tag and this closing tag. Inside this I need to type the content, or I need to type the name of the url. So in this href tag, or we can say this is the href attribute. In this particular href attribute, in this double inverted commas, I need to paste the url, by which when I click on this particular name google, this particular url should be open. So that's the thing. So once again I'll show you, this is the google, and just clicking on this, so there's a page will be open. So that is the use of the anchor tag. So let's move forward. So here comes the two types of links. They are absolute link and the relative link. Okay, what is the two types of anchor lists, or we can say sorry. So what are the two types of links? They are absolute link and relative link. So what is the meaning of absolute link? Opens internet website. Okay, what is mean by the absolute link? So this is the example of an attribute link. So in this, when I click on this particular link, this internet website will be opened. So this is the example of an absolute link. So then next type of links is the relative link. So what is mean by the relative link? Relative links refers to the open file from computer. So what is the basic example of this is, if I create another file and copy this file path and just paste it in here, and when I click on this particular file, it will open, it will goes to the that particular file path and just open that file in the web page. That is the basic example of the relative link. Okay, for here we have completed our links, that is the anchor element. So let's move forward to our next topic. I'll just clear this all because I want to share these notes to you. It gives, okay, I have not cleared anything, sorry for the delay. I'll just clear this out, everything. Okay, I have cleared everything. Sorry for the inconvenience. So let's move further to. So we have completed the anchor element. So next comes the image element. So what is the image element? It is basically to put the image to our web pages. So it is used to add image to your page. That is the basic example of the image element. So how to create the image element? Just we need to write the img. How we have right here a, and it is created the anchor list. Here we just need to write the img. It will open the link for, or we can say the opening tag for the image. So this img stands for, we are going to add an image. In this, src stands for the source link, or we can say here we have used href, no. So like here we are using the src stands for the source. So in this double inverted commas, we are going to paste the url of the particular image we are going to show on the web pages. After that, this alt stands for the alternate. So I'll explain you this with the example. And the width and the height, we are going to learn this in our css. Just now don't keep in mind, or just don't give attention to this particular type. I am going to show you the example how this image going to be used. Okay, so this particular is the relative URL. Okay, relative URL means this particular image is present in my desktop only. So this is the example of a relative URL. And what about the absolute URL? So if I want to use the image which is present on the Google, so just copy the link address of that particular image and paste it in the src double inverted commas. So that will become the absolute link. So the URL is, so this particular URL is the absolute URL. So I'll show you the example how to create the image element in the VS Code. So let me just open my VS Code, and here I'll just remove this particular tag, and I just need to write img and press enter. So here comes by default, that is source. I need to paste the URL here, and in this this alt stands for alternate name, or we can say that the attribute which is used alternate text description of the image. So this attribute defines an alternative text description of the image. I'll explain this in the future. So in this particular src, I just need to paste some images. I will open the Google and I'll just write car. I'll open the images. So you can choose any images. Like I just want to open this image, so it's basically small. I just open this image. So right click on this particular, so here you can see the copy link address. Just click on this particular button and just paste here in this double inverted comma of src. Just paste it, and after pasting this, here in this alternate I will write the name as car. Okay, I'll just save this and open my web browser. Okay, oh, the link is not working. Okay, so okay, let's start. So basically what happened is I have just copied the url from here. So yeah, the url was not so correct. So I'll just take this particular image, and while clicking on this image I have visited this particular website, and after that right click on this and copy this image address, and copy that particular image address and paste it in the src in the double inverted comma. After that, give the alternate name as car. Okay, just save this and open the web browser. Here you can see the image of the car which we have used. So basically it's very enlarged. To make it small, we are going to use the css, though I will explain that in the upcoming css lecture course. So here I'll write height equal to 100 pixels and width equal to 100 pixels. Just save this, and so here is the entire image which is present in here. So like this you can use the absolute link to get the image on your web pages. I hope you understood. So this is the example of the absolute image. So in this I am going to show you the relative image. So let me just open my slide. So in this, so I have shown you the examples of the absolute url. So now I'm going to show you the relative url. So in this I'm going to take the images of buildings. I'll just take this particular image and just open this image, and I'll just save image on the desktop, naming image building underscore image, and I'll just save this. After saving, so here is the image. I'll just drag and drop in our html folder. So in our folder there is two. This is the building image and this is the index. So let's just close and open the VS Code. Here comes the image URL. So just click on this particular image. This is the image. So I'm going to this particular image. I'll just right click on this and I'll type copy the path. Just click on this, and instead of this URL, I'll just paste my image URL here. So just press Ctrl save and open the web browser. Here you can, okay, wait, no, this is not okay. I just need to change this and just need to save. So here is the image. So I have copied the image URL from my C drive. So that is not the correct way. So in this HTML, I have pasted my image. So by writing this image underscore image.jpg, I need to write the whole name of the image with the file type and just need to save this, and here is the image of our buildings. So let's move forward. I hope you understood everything, how to paste the image and how to do the URL image. Same in this also, anchor tag also, relative URL links means if you want, if there is any particular file in your folder, so you can copy that particular URL and paste in the href, so that becomes the relative URL. Absolute URL is the which opens the internet website, and relative URL is opens a file from the computer. In this it is also same. So let's do this first practice question. So let's open our VS Code and just cut it and just save and just open our web browser. It is good. Okay, so now let's see. So here in this example, this is the h1 tag, and they have used an unordered list, and in this particular unordered list they have used an anchor tag. Okay, so let's just create. So in this they have used the h1 tag. In that particular list of fruits, they have used list of fruits. Okay, I created the h1. Just save this and open our. So here comes a list of fruits. So in this, after that, they have used an unordered list of 3 items. So I'll create ul unordered list. In this, I'll create the list item, that is first one is apple, orange, mango. After that, apple, orange, and mango. So just save this. So here comes apple, orange, mango. So I need to type C and apple in front of each and every list item. So I'll just open this, and here I'll add an anchor tag. In that, I won't type any URL. I'll just keep the name it as C and apple. Okay, same goes here. Press A. I'll type C and orange, and here I'll type A. In this, I'll type C or mango. Just say this, open the URL. So here's what we are going to expect. So this is the h1. These are the unordered list. This is the anchor. So this is the list. This is h1, and this is the particular unordered list, and these are the anchor tags. So let's move to our next question, practice question. After watching this particular what we can say this particular video, you need to practice each and everything what I have taught you. So then only you are going to understand each and every topic. If you are not understanding anything, then please watch this video again and again. You will be definitely understood each and everything. So here comes the next question. So the first is a list of things you need to learn about to become a web developer. So I think this is the h2 tag they have used here, and here first they have used the nested what we can say list. In this particular first comes the ordered list. Inside this third ordered list item, they have used an unordered list. So let's create this using our html. So I'll just clear this all. So here I'm going to write h2. So what they have write, a list of things, uh, a list of things you need to learn to become a web developer. Okay, I have created this h2. I'll just save this and open my. So here is the h2 tag. After that, they have used ordered list first. I'll type ol and just press l. In this, I'll create the list item. First is the html, which we are currently learning. Next comes the css. which we'll be learning in the upcoming videos. And next, third one is the JavaScript with after that they have used Git. Okay, I have created these all. So here is the ordered list. Inside this JavaScript there is an unordered list. So let's create this. So inside this I'll create an unordered list. Inside this unordered list there are list item. They are basically VUEJS, VUE, virtual JavaScript. After that React.js, React.js. After that AngularJS. Okay, I just need to write in the list. Item is here. AngularJS. So let's just save this and open our. So here is the answer. So I have created H2. I have created the first the ordered list. Inside this particular third item list, I have created an unordered list, and here are the three items, same as the question what they have given. So let's move forward. I hope you are understanding everything. So let's move forward. So here is then another example. So this particular is the heading. Inside this first they have black dots, so they have used unordered. After the particular second item they have used again the unordered list. So let's create this. So I will just clear this. I will just create the h2 example on building nested nested lists. So first they have created unordered list. Inside that they have created list item 1, item 1, one more list item 2, and so on. Copy, paste, and I'll just change the number. Okay, after creating, so they have created 10, so I also created 10 items. After that, inside the second they have created still more list item of unordered list. So I'll just take the second item, create the unordered list with the list item naming sub item 1. Sub item 1, I'll just copy this 5 times. I'll just change the numbering. 5 times, just save this and open our. So here is the answer. So this is the similar looking like this. Okay, I hope you understood how to solve this. So let's move forward. So here is another example of nested ordered list. So let's create this once again. So in this particular example they have used the type attribute. So I'll remove this all. So nested ordered list h1. After that they have used the ordered list of 1. So I'll type ol. The type is capital Roman. So in this particular they have used 3 sorry, they have used 4 list item there. The heading, basic section is this and this. So I'll give this list item naming headings. After that Basic text sections. Text sections. After that, lists. Have used miscellaneous. So here comes the miscellaneous. After that, sorry. So let's check this if it is okay. So here are the four ordered list. Inside this, in the third, there is another ordered list of type capital A. So in this third one, I'll type ordered list. The type will be of capital A. Okay. So in this, I'm going to create the list item. They are ordered, unordered, and definition. So here it is. Okay. After that, let's just save this and open our browser. So here comes. After this, they have used one more order list in each of these particular what we can say list item. So for the first, they have used the OL tag. So in this first, they have created the ordered list type 1. In the list item is of the OL tag. Next one comes is the li tag. Okay. In that particular, they have again three types. They are type, start, and compact. This ordered list of type small a create list item with type. One more list item with start and one more list item with compact. Okay. After that, there is nothing in this second one. The next comes to the ordered, unordered. So where is the unordered? Okay, here is the unordered. In that, I need to create a ordered list of type 1 with particular list item. They are the ul tag and the li tag. The ul tag and the li tag. Just save this, and in the definition there are again three: dl, dt, dd. What is this? Dl tag, the dt tag, the dd tag. So let's just save this and open our browser. So here it is, same as our question. What? So your heading basically, here it is. After English there are three, and here in 1 2 3. Okay, It's same as like this question. I hope you have understood. If you are not understanding or you are confused in any other part, so please watch this video once again. So let's come to our next topic, that is the BR tag. BR tag I have already explained you in the previous video, that is BR tag gives us the line break. So BR tag inserts a next line, that is the line break. So now I'll show you the example. Okay, I'll just give the paragraph. Lorem, I need to give the BR here. So what this particular tag gives means the text which is in front of this BR tag will come to the next line. Just save this and open. So here comes the next. Okay. Okay. So here after, where is the BR tag? Okay. After this particular word here, the remaining word will come downside. That's the BR tag. So that is the line. So the BR tag inserts a new line, or we can say the next line. So the BR tag is an empty tag, which means that it has no ending tags. So this is the only the opening tag, and in this particular tag there is no content to add. So for the tags which have no content, that particular tag has only the opening tag. It doesn't have any closing tag. So for example, the example is given here. There is a opening tag of paragraph tag, here is a closing tag. In this there is a poem I need to write. So I need to just write the BR. So this particular line was before here, so writing BR tag here, this particular line comes down. Understood what I have explained? Now I'll just show you the. So this is the BR tag. So now let's come to the next one, that is the bold tag. So what does this bold tag means? We have already explained, or we have already learned what is the bold tag. So the B tag specifies the bold text without any extra importance, without an extra importance. Okay, so I'll take the paragraph tag. Inside that I need to convert this particular text into the bold. So let me just delete this. Here I'm going to write paragraph in this. This is the bold tag. I need to convert this particular bold to bold. Cut and paste and just save this and open our browser. So this particular text will be converted into bold. So like that only, let's go to our next topic, that is the italic tag. So in this italic tag, so the content inside the content inside is typically displayed in italic. The letters will get tilted slightly towards the right. So this is the example of the italic tag. So I'll show you the example of italic tag. So I'll just change this particular P to I. Just save this and open our browser. So this particular text has been converted into italic. That is the use of italic tag. So next comes our underline tag. The content inside the particular tag is typically displayed with the an underline below the particular word or the text. So here I'll change here. So for underline we are using just U instead of I. I'll just change it in the U. Okay, just save this, open the Chrome browser. So here comes the underline. So that's the underline tag. So here comes the next topic, that is the comments. So what are comments? So in HTML, comments are not displayed on the browser, but they can help the document your HTML source code. So comments are basically like if you want to keep or if you have written so many lines of a code and you don't know which particular code is for which one, so you can add the comment like this is the particular web page for this page only, and that particular line will not be displayed on the particular web browser. I'll show you. And here is one more thing: you can add the comment on your HTML source by using the following syntax. So this is the particular syntax of the comment, that is the bracket and there is the exclamation mark and dash dash, and here you can write anything what you want to write. So and this is the closing. So the closing tag of this comment. So notice that there is an exclamation point here in the starting tag, but there is no ending tag because because the content, or so because this particular comment doesn't have any particular what we can say the content. So this particular tag doesn't has any closing tag, so it has only the opening tag and with the exclamation mark in it. So let's see this. So I'll just write, so this is a comment. So just save this. I'll open the browser and here you can see there is no this particular line. So there is one more shortcut thing you can do in the HTML, that is if you need to convert the particular line into the comment. So first just write this is the comment, and on your keyboard press Ctrl and the black slash button. Just do like this, the particular line will convert into the comment. So just save this and open a web browser. You can see there is nothing present here. So let's move forward. That's the use of the comment. So here you can use multi-line comment. So this is the example of a multi-line. So this particular line is the comment and this is the paragraph tag, and here they remember the add more information. Okay, and here there is a multi-line comment. So you can use while doing, I'll show you how is the multi-line comment. This is the comment. After that, this is a multi-line comment. So I'll just select this and press Ctrl black slash. So this particular line will not be shown. I'll just save this and open our browser and just refresh this. So there is no comment on this page. So here, so inline comment. Okay, inline comment means in this particular paragraph tag, if I need to add what is the meaning of this tag, so here I can write the particular comment. I'll just show you here. So in this I need to just comment this out. I'll just select this and press Ctrl black slash. The whole will change. That's the comment you can see here. So moving to our next topic, that is just a minute. Okay, so in this particular example I can convert this particular text into the comment. I'll just show you how. So I need to convert this particular word into the comment. So I'll just write exclamation mark dash dash, here dash dash and the exclamation mark. So this particular the will not be present on our web pages. So let's open my web page. So here the will be missing. So that's the use of a multi-line comment or the particular comment. So let's move forward to our next topic, that is HTML is not a case sensitive. So what does this particular line mean? In HTML, the HTML is not a case sensitive. Instead of writing the HTML in the small letters, you can use the HTML in the capital letters. You can use a small p or you can use the capital P. In head, you can use the capital letters. In body also you can use body letters. So the particular HTML is not a case sensitive. It will run the code easily. So here is the practice, or we can say that it is your homework work to do. So you need to create a portfolio page. You need to add the name and pic of your particular image, and you need to add a section for education, skills, hobbies and contact. So this is your particular homework. I hope you have understood everything. So this completes our other day. 2 of HTML. So meet you in the next class. Till then, keep learning, keep exploring all these things. Okay, take care. Bye bye. So hey everyone, welcome back everyone. Today is our day 3 of HTML, and by now you should be comfortable with the basic tags like headings, paragraphs, list, etc. Well done. So in this video we are going to learn about the inline and the block element. So today our topic is in our HTML. So today's topic is inline and block element. So what is inline and block element? So in every HTML element has a default display value, that is for example depending on what type of element it is. So in HTML there are so many types of elements. So for example there is heading element, or for example there is a paragraph element, or like there is a bold, italic or underline. These are all the HTML elements. Depending on what type of element it is, the default display will be displayed on our particular what we can say web browser. So every HTML element has a default display value. So what is the meaning of this display value? So if I am using the h1 element, when I use this HTML element and write the content between the opening tag and the closing tag, so this particular content will be displayed on our web browser. So this content which has been written using the what we can say h1 element, so this particular h1 element will take some specific space, or we can say that it takes a particular part of a screen to show the content of the h1. So these are the default display values. So for example this h1 will take this amount of space, or the paragraph element will take this amount of space. So by default only HTML elements has a default display value. So moving forward, so you will better understand by when I will give you the examples for this inline and the block elements. So let's move forward. So the two most common display values are block and inline. So there are two types of display values. They are, first one is the block and second one is the inline. So let's learn about what are these different types of a block used in our HTML. So let's start with the first level block element, that is block level elements. So what is block level elements? A block level element always starts on a new line, and the browsers automatically adds some space and margin before and after the element. So what the basically block level element means? So when we create an element in an HTML, so when it is displayed on the, or we can say when the content of that particular element will be displayed on our web page, then the if the element or we can say that if the content has been displayed on our web page, so this is the content that is displayed on our web page. So the remaining all part that is in front of this particular content will be occupied by this particular content only. So for example this is our what we can say, this is our windows, or we can say the web browser. If the particular element takes this much of part, so this much of part will be remaining. So this specific part will not occupy any other element. So this whole part will be occupied by this content only. If we create another element, so the new element will occupy the next line. It won't go to this first line and get occupies to this particular line. So that's the meaning of the block level element. So a block level element always start on a new line, and the browser automatically adds some white spaces is which is also known as the margin before and after the element. So a block level element always takes up the full width available. So it takes the total width of the display, I have already said. So then stretches out from the left and right as far as it can. So what basically it means is, so let us So I'll explain you. So for example, this is our window, or we can say this is our particular web page. So this is the example of our web page. So if I create any block level element of and that particular block level element contains this much amount of a content. So the for example, I have created a block level element, and in that block level element there is some content. For that specific content, it has been displayed on the specific web browser. After that, the that content takes only this much of the part is so for example, if that contains if that content contains some letter like hello world, so this hello world will start from here and ends in here. So if I create another block level element, so the particular block level element will not start from where the previous block level element ends. So it starts from the new line, and the previous line will be occupied, and the previous remaining line, which is this part, will be occupied by the first line only. So that's the meaning of this sentence. Block level element always takes up the full width available. So the content is only this much, but the but it takes the full width which is in front of its line. So it stretches out to the left and to the right as far as it can. So it will block this particular line, and does not allow any other element to occupy the space. If we want to occupy the space, they can occupy from the next line. So that's the meaning of the block level element. Okay, I hope you understand what is the block level element, and I'll give you with the example how the block element occupies the space. So let me just clear this or everything. Okay, moving forward. Okay, moving forward, these are the examples of a block level element. So the two common used block level elements are the paragraph tag and the div tag. I'll explain the div tag, what is mean by the div tag. So we already learned the paragraph tag. So in this paragraph tag, this particular paragraph tag is the most commonly used block level element. So the paragraph tag element defines a paragraph in a HTML document. So we know that this particular element is a paragraph in HTML. So and this particular tag element defines a division or a section in a particular HTML document. For example, in our HTML document, if we want to for example, if we want to define a division or a particular section in our HTML document, then we use this particular element, that is the div element. So if this is our web browser, and if I want to create a particular section, or if I want to define a particular division, then I will use this tag for to make this particular division or a section on my particular web page. So I'll show you the example how this div will be done. Okay, the examples is here. This is a paragraph and this is the div. I'll just open my VS Code, and so let me create. I'll just remove this all, and once again I'll write exclamation mark and press enter. Okay, so in this I'll create a paragraph tag. In this tag I'll write, this is a paragraph tag. So let me just save this and open my web browser. So here you can see this is a paragraph tag has been contained here. So what is the basic meaning of the block element? So let me create another paragraph tag here. Paragraph. So let me just save this and open the browser. So here you can see the two paragraph tag. This is the first paragraph tag and this is the second paragraph tag. So what is the meaning of block element? So a block level element always starts on a new line. So this is the block element and it starts with the new line. So this is the first paragraph tag and this is the second paragraph tag. This second paragraph tag will also starts with the new line in the web browser. So that is the meaning of this first line. And the browser automatically adds some white spaces and margin before and after the element. So the browser will automatically add these spaces. So before this t, there is some white spaces you can see here, and after this full stop there is some white spaces. It will automatically add some white spaces before and after the particular element. So moving to forward, a block level element always takes up the full width available, stretch out to the left and right as far as it can. So this is the block element, as we all know, and it will occupy this whole width of our display from left to right. So let me show you how it has been occupied. So in the browser, right click on the browser and go to the option that is the last option, that is inspect. So click on that particular inspect. So in this you need to click on this particular option, that is select an element in the page to inspect it. So click on this particular option and just move your cursor on this particular what we can say the line. So here you can see that the orange part is the whole what we can say the combination of two paragraph tag. So and this blue line you can see here, this is the block element which it has occupied the whole width in this width. So the content is only this much. This is the paragraph tag and the full stop. So by this paragraph tag, this the content is only this much, but it has occupied the whole width, and this width it doesn't allow any other element to occupy this. For example, this element also, this particular element is also a paragraph, and this particular paragraph is a block element. So this particular block element will occupy the whole width of the what we can say the web browser. So that is the example of the block element. So same goes with the div also. So here div also takes the particular whole block. I'll create div and write this is the div element. So let me just save this and open my web browser, just refresh it and click on the right click option and click on inspect. Click on this option and here you can see that this particular div element also occupies the whole width of the screen. This also takes and this also takes. So that is the example of block element. So moving forward, these are the block level elements example. So there are this much of a block level elements which occupies the whole width of the screen when we use in our HTML document. So for of now we have learned about the div and we have learned about the heading tags, and we have learned about the what we can say the ul tag, that is unordered list, and here is ordered list, and here it is paragraph tag. So apart from this there are so many options that form, or we can say that that occupies the block level element. So these are all the html elements which occupies the block level elements. So moving forward to our next slide, that is the inline element. So as of now we have learned about what is the inline element and what is the block element, and how the block elements block the entire width of the screen when they are used in our HTML document. So moving to the next, here comes the inline element. So an inline element does not start on a new line. So it is the completely opposite to the block element. So in block element it completely occupies the whole width of the screen, but in inline element it doesn't start on a new line. It will continue to start when the what we can say, when the inline elements ends on a particular or I'll just show you how it is explaining. So this is so imagine this is our web browser. So if we use an inline element, so the inline element content is only this much, and if we create another inline element, so it won't take the new line and print here. It will goes to the end part of the first inline element and continues to print on the same line, but in the next what we can say, at the end of this previous inline element, it starts from here. And if we create another inline element, it will goes to the same line and just execute on the same line. So that's the meaning. An inline element does not start on a new line. The inline element only takes up as much as width as necessary. So but in block level element, the block element will take the entire width of the screen, but in inline element it won't take the entire width of the screen. It takes only as much of space it is required. So an inline element only takes up as much width as necessary. So the examples of inline element is the span element. So this is the span element. So in this particular span element, so this is the web browser. So in this, using the span element, I have wrote my content, that is the hello world. So this particular hello world occupies this much of space, and if I create another span element, and wrote any content in between these two opening and closing tags, the content will starts from the ending of the first span element. So the content will display in the same line, but it will occupy that much amount of space, as much amount of width it is necessary to occupy. So this is the example of the inline element. So let me just show you how the inline element works. So I'll just write here spa and span and example. Okay, this is the span 1, span 2. So I have created two span elements, that is, this is the span 1 and this is the span 2. Let me just save this and open the web browser and just refresh it. So here you can see that this is the span 1 and it takes a necessary amount of width to display on the web browser, and this is the another next span element, and it doesn't start from the new line. It just continues from the previous line only, and it also occupies as so it also occupies a much amount of space for this required. So means if it requires this amount of space, it will occupy this much amount only. It will not occupy the whole width of the screen as occupied by these what we can say paragraph div element, that is the block level element does. So let me just open the inspect option and show you how much amount of space they have occupied. So this is the block level element, it has occupied the whole width screen. So this is also a paragraph element, and this is the div element. So in this, but this is the particular inline element. For example, this is the span element and it occupies how much amount of space it require. It occupies that much amount of space only. So for if we create another span element, so it will occupies a necessary amount of space to display the content, and it will not start from the new line, but it will go to the previous line and just fill out the width first, and after the width has been full, it will goes to the next line. So that's about the inline element. So for as of now, we have learned what is the inline element and what is the block element. So here there is examples of inline element. So anchor tag is an inline element, bold is an inline element, br is the inline element, and italic tag is an inline element, image is also an inline element. So and what we have learned so far, this is the span element, and here subscript and superscript is also inline element. We are going to learn about these two tags in our further slides. So let us move forward. I hope you have understand what are the inline elements and the block level elements. So here's the difference between the inline element and the block element. So the first difference is in the block element, it takes up the full width available on the web browser, the whole block. It will take the whole block width from the left side to the right side. Okay, but in inline element, it it takes up only necessary width. It takes only the necessary width to display the particular content. So starts from a new line. So in a block element, if we create another block element, it will take the new line and it will execute on the new line. But in inline element, it doesn't start from a new line, it will continue from the previous line only. So here's the example of a block element. If I use the heading tag, and it will imagine this is the particular window, and in this particular window I have taken the four what we can say block level element. So this is the only content that I have wrote in the block element, but it has occupied the whole width of the screen. And if I create another block element, it will take the new line and it will also occupies the whole width of the screen. But in the inline element, it is not like that. By using the inline element, it will take the necessary amount of space when it is created, and it will not take the new line. It will start executing after the previous inline element only. So using this example, I hope you have understood what is the inline element and what is the block line element. So let's move forward to our next element, that is the div element. I have explained what is the div element. So once again, let's start with the div element. So the div element is used as a container for other HTML elements. So so imagine if this is the particular window. In this particular window, I want to take a specific part of the window in which I want to create a new HTML elements. So to create a particular what we can say a container, I use the div element. Inside div element, we can add as much as of what we can say HTML elements. So the particular div element is used as a container for the other HTML elements. So it is a block element. So as we have studied previously, block inside the block element, div is also a particular block element. So meaning that it takes the all available width and come with a new breaks before and after. So when we create a div element, it will occupy the whole width of the screen, and if we create another div element, it will take the new line and it will also occupy the whole width of the screen. So a div element takes up all the available width. So it takes the all available width present on the web browser. So after that, so this is the example of the div. So this is lorem ipsum and this is the div. I am a div and this is the closing tag of the div. So this is how we can write the div element. So the div element is often used to group sections of web pages together. So if we create this h2 element and this is the paragraph element, and if I want to group this all three HTML elements, so there is a element called the div. So using this div element, I can group this all three elements in one group only. So the use of the div element is less as compared to in CSS, because in HTML we use the div element to make a sections on our particular web browsers, but in CSS we use this particular div to give it a texture, style and everything. So this is the use of particular div element. So it group ups the HTML elements to one group and display it as a container on the particular web browser. So moving forward, the multiple div elements, we there is not like that we can create only one particular element, div element on our HTML document. We you can have many div container on the same page. So here there is an example of a multiple div element. So this is particular one div element, this is another div element, this is another div element. So totally there are three different div elements. In this particular div element there is a group of different HTML elements. They are of what we can say a heading element, and it is the group of the paragraph element. So in this option also it is the group of the different elements. So I'll show you how this particular example works. So let me just remove this all and create a div element. In this particular div element, I'll go with the heading h1 element and write this is the div 1. Okay, I have created a one div. I'll go with the another div. In this I'll create h1. This is a second div. I'll create another div. In this I'll create the h1. In this is third div. So I have created three divs. In these all these divs I have taken the h1 element and wrote it as this is div 1, this is div 2 and this is third div. So let me just save this and open my web browser. So here is the three div. So let me just inspect this and show you it. So the particular div element is a block element, block level element. So it will occupy the whole width of the screen. So see, you can see the blue line, it will occupy the whole width of the screen. So let me open my VS Code and I'll just copy this and just paste it like here only. So basically I need to show you in the div what we can say is, using div we can make a group of these HTML elements and create them in a one group. So let me just save this and open my web browser. So here you can see there is the group of elements. So when I scroll my cursor on the particular point, so here you can see that uh, what we can say. So in this one, this is the div 1 and the another line also contains the this is the div 1. So it is the group of two heading elements in which these two particular h1 elements I have made them group and put it in a div. So this particular blue box what you are seeing, this is a particular one div. In that particular first div, this is the h1 element which occupies the whole space and this is the second element. So when I move my cursor, you can see a small what we can say metadata will display on the your screen. That is, it says that it is a div, the color is in the purple. So you can see that this is the particular div and this is the particular h1. So let me move my cursor down. So this is the another div. In this particular div I have used this h1 and here is also h1. So it makes the group of these two and make it as a separate div. So I hope you understand what is the use of the div. So you can use as much of divs to make a group of a similar html elements. So let's move to our next html element, that is the span element. So what is basically a span element? So span is also a generic container used to hold the other html elements or group elements or a group element together. Okay, the span tag is much like the div element, but the div is a block level element and the span is an inline element. So here's the main difference between the span element and the div element. You have already seen here this particular div. This particular div has occupied the whole width of the screen, but if I want to use the this much amount of part, or we can say so the particular text should occupy the necessary amount of space only. It should not occupy the whole width of the screen. So to make these all elements one group, we can use the span element. So I'll just change it and create it as span. Okay, I have created three spans. I'll just save it and open my browser. I'll just refresh it. So here this is the particular span element, this is also a span element, and this is also a span element. Here you can see in the purple line, this is a particular span element. So let's move forward. So this is an example of the span element. So I have created a paragraph tag. In this particular paragraph tag, this is the text which I have been put in the particular span element. So let me just show you the example of a span more clearly. I'll take the paragraph, I'll write lorem and press enter, and I'll write here span, and I'll just cut this out and paste it in here. I'll just cut it and paste it here. So let me just save this and open my browser. So here you can see that the paragraph element will occupy the whole width of the screen, but when I move my cursor to the particular part, so this particular text has been occupied only this much required amount of space only. So this particular space occupation is known as the is because of the span element. So one more space I have occupied for the particular. So okay, so here it is. So this what we can say, this sentence occupies only a particular amount of space. The space for this particular amount has occupied how much amount of space does it requires. It occupies that much amount of space only. So this is the example of the span element. So let's move further with, so here comes the another hr tag. So what is mean by the HR tag? HR stands for the horizontal ruler rule. That is, for example, horizontal means this one is the vertical and this one is the horizontal. So right, this is one is the vertical, this one is the horizontal. So H stands for the horizontal. So in this particular slide we are talking about the horizontal, and R stands for the rule. Rule means a line. So what is the use of this HR? HR stands for the I need to create a horizontal rule. That's the example of HR tag. So the HR element is most often displayed as a horizontal rule that is used to separate the content or define a change in an HTML page. So it adds the horizontal line. That's it. That is the use of the HR tag. So in future, if you are going to add some line, you can use the HR tag. So let me just give you the example of HR element. So here in this example, they have created a h1 element. In this, after this h1 element, they have created a random amount of a paragraph. After that, I need to add a line, so they have wrote a hr, and they have created another paragraph element, and they have add another line, and here they have created another paragraph element. So this particular HR tag is the what we can say single tag. It doesn't has any closing tag because it doesn't contains any particular content. So the HR tag is the self closing tag. So let me explain you using the VS code. So here I am going to write h1. I'll take the paragraph and write lorem and press enter. After this particular paragraph, I need to add a line, so I'll write HR and press enter. After that, I want to create another paragraph, press enter. After this paragraph, I need to write the horizontal rule. After that, I'll create one more last paragraph time. Just save this and open our web browser. So here you can see that this is the h1 tag and this is the particular paragraph tag. After this particular paragraph tag, I have used the horizontal rule tag to make a horizontal line to divide this particular 2 or 3 sections separately using the horizontal rule. So that's the use of the horizontal rule. So let's move. So this is the most important tag, that is the subscript and superscript. So you have learned this or heard about the what is the meaning of subscript and superscript in your chemistry language. So in chemistry we used to write the formula of water like H2O, or in mathematics we used to write the polynomial equations like here, like this, x square plus y square is equal to z square. This is for example, okay. So in HTML, how we can write this power 2 on this particular x, and how we are going to write this particular 2 on this particular y, or for example how we are going to use this particular 2 below this particular h letter. So these are all done with these two special tags. They are subscript and superscript tag. So let's begin with this. So here comes the first tag, that is the subscript tag. So the sub stands for the subscript. The sub tag defines the subscript text. Subscript text appears half a character below the normal line, and it is sometimes rendered in a smaller font. The subscript text can be used for the chemical formulas like H2O. So using the subscript, we can bring the particular what we can say the character below to the horizontal line of the particular what we can say letter, and the size of this particular letter will be reduced so to bring it down properly. So this subscript is used in the chemical formulas like H2O. H2O stands for water. So we can use the subscript like this. So in this particular paragraph element, this is the normal text, and if I want to bring this particular word, that is subscript, to the downside below the horizontal line downside and make this particular text small, so I need to write the opening tag of the subscript here and to closing tag of the subscript last of the text. So let me show you example how it will work. So I'm going to take the h1 element. So in this particular h1 element, I'm going to write the formula of water, that is capital H 2 O. Okay, just save this and open my browser, and here you can see that the using the normal tag, the 2 is only at the same level. So if I want to bring this 2 below the horizontal level and make the size of this 2 smaller, so to make this I will just add subscript here. In this particular subscript, the text which I want to write below the horizontal level, I need to write that particular text here and just save this, open my web browser. Here you can see this particular 2 has been bring a little bit down from the horizontal level, and the size of the 2 has been reduced. So that's the important of the subscript used to write the chemical formulas. So let's continue with the these tags. So here comes the another, that is the superscript tag. So stands, or we can say that it defines that superscript text. So the superscript text appears half a character above the normal line, and it is sometimes rendering in a smaller font. So the subscript text can be used for the footnotes like www and bracket of 1. So what is mean by the superscript? Superscript means the text, or we can say in mathematics we use the particular formulas like x square, y square. So this 2, we need to put it above the horizontal level and make the size of the that element small. So we can do this using the superscript. So here is the example. This is the normal paragraph tag, and in this is the particular text. I want to bring this text above this particular horizontal level and make the text font as small as compared to the paragraph tag. So I'll just open this, and if I'll create one more h1 element, in this I'll write x square. So first of all I'll write x and 2. Just save this and open my web browser. Here you can see that the 2 is in the normal horizontal line only. So to bring this particular 2 on the above of the x and make it as a power, and make the size of the 2 shorter, I'll just write here super, sup, and press enter. So in this superscript I need to write 2 and just save this, and here you can see that this particular 2 has been moved to the above the horizontal line, and the size of this particular 2 has been reduced. So this is the use of the subscript and the superscript. So let's move forward and solve this particular question. So here this is the normal paragraph tag, and this is also normal paragraph tag. So in this particular example, this 4 is above the normal text, or we can say normal horizontal line. So here they have used a superscript for this particular 4 letter. Here also they have used superscript for 4 and 6, and here they have used th for the superscript to bring the particular th above the horizontal line. So let's create this using html. So let me open my VS Code, and I will create a h3 element. In this I'll write examples for demonstrate sub superscript text. After this I'll write 2 to the power 4 is equal to 16. I'll write this in h3 element. So in this I'll write 2. If I need to make the particular number 4 as the power of 2, I need to use the superscript and press enter. In this particular superscript I need to write the 4. After that I'll write equal to is equal to 6, no, 16. So after that I'll create another x power 4 plus y power 6. So here I'll create h3 element. In this x super power 4 plus y super power 6. Okay, after that I'll write this particular date, that is 9th of September. So I'll use again h3. In this I'll write 9 and super th of September. After that they have used the normal text only. Okay, for as it is of now, it's okay with this only. Just let us save this and open our web browser. So here is the output. So this is the normal h3 element. So here the 4 has gone to the above the our horizontal line. So these are the examples of superscript. Using superscript we can write these particular lines of code. So here we have completed this particular first question. So let's move to our next question, that is to write the Pythagoras theorem and the formula for the glucose. So let's write this particular line. So I'll just clear this all and take the particular h1 element and write here Pythagoras theorem. Pythagoras theorem says that is a square plus b square is equal to c square. So I'll write a space super, in that super I'll write 2a square plus b super b square is equal to c super square. So this is the first formula. After that they have used a formula for glucose. So I'll take another h1 element. In this I'll write glucose, that is C6H12O6. So in this particular example they have used the subscript, and this particular example they have used the superscript. So C sub 6 C6H 1206. So let me just save this and open my web browser. So here you can see the formula of Pythagoras theorem saying that a square plus b square is equal to c square, and here's the formula of a glucose saying that C6H12O6. So by this example we can see that the how the subscript and superscript are important in the HTML element to write the mathematical equations or the chemical formulas. So let's move to our next topic, that is semantic markup. So what is basically this semantic markup means? So using this semantic markups, it is clearly, or we can say that it clearly describes the meaning to the both the users or the developer and to the browsers also. So here what is it says, a semantic element clearly describes its meaning to the both the browsers and the developers also. For example of the non-semantic elements like div and span. So these particular what we can say HTML elements tells nothing about its contents. So when we are using this particular elements like div, span, it doesn't tell any or we can say it doesn't tell any content about the particular content, or it doesn't tell anything about its element or content. Okay, and here is the example of the particular semantic elements. So the examples for the semantic elements are forms, tables, or article, and it clearly defines its content. So using this form element we need to create a particular form. So it clearly says that using this form element I am going to create a form to the developer also and to the browser also, and by this table element I am going to create a table. So using this particular table, it clearly states that I am using the table element to create a particular table. But in the non-semantic elements, it doesn't tell us for what purpose I am using this div. So this div and span comes under the non-semantic elements. So non-semantic elements clearly describes its meaning to both the browser as well as the developer. So that's the meaning of the semantic elements. I hope you have understood what are the meaning of semantics. So let's move forward. So here are some of the examples of the semantic tags. So in HTML there are some semantic elements that can be used to define the different parts of our web pages. So in our web pages there are so many parts, for example header, main, footer, nav bar, section, article, and aside. So these are all the tags that uses the semantic tags, or using these particular tags we can easily recognize that this particular tag has been using for this particular task only. So there are totally or we can say that the particular web page has been divided into these many parts. So header will come to the above part. So this header will comes to the top page of our web pages, and the footer will come to the bottom page of the web page, and the main element will come between this header and the footer element, and nav bar is the navigation bar. So for example this is the nav bar. So in this particular taskbar is the footer, and this the above what we can say tab is known as the header element. After, so we will learn this all in the further slides. Okay, so what are the basically semantic tags in HTML? There are some semantic elements that can be used to define different parts of our web pages. So here is the example. So using the semantic tags we can divide the particular web page into this particular part. So using the header, imagine this is our web page. Inside this web page I have created the particular web page into different parts. So the topmost part I have named it as header because it is in the head section, and this is the footer because foot is below, or we can say it is in the bottom, so the footer will be in the bottom. And navigation bar, so next to the header section the nav bar will be present here. Aside means the particular this container will move aside to the right side of the particular web page, and article and section are the different types of a container. Okay, I hope you understand the different what we can say different parts of the web pages. So next comes the HTML entities. So what are HTML entities? So in HTML there are some characters, they are reserved by the HTML. What does it mean? So in HTML there are some of the characters, they are reserved by the HTML. We cannot use those particular reserved characters for our web pages. So that is the meaning of these HTML entities. So if you use this particular less than sign or the greater than sign in your HTML text, the browser might mix them with the tags. Okay, I'll explain you this. So if you want to, I'll just remove this all. So if you want to print this particular less than sign or the greater than sign, so it is going to mix with the tags of the HTML. So when I create the less than sign, it is mixing with these all other tags. So these are some of the special reserved what we can say reserved characters that we cannot use in our HTML. So the browser might mix them with the particular tags as we have seen in the VS Code. So the entity name or the entity number can be used to display the reserved HTML characters. So if in our web browser, if we need to use these special characters to display on a web page, there are some of the entity names or the entity numbers. Using these two entity names or entity numbers, we can bring these characters on our web pages. So the reserved characters in the HTML must be replaced with these entities. So if we are using this less than sign by typing this particular sign, instead of writing this sign, we need to write this particular what we can say the formula, that is ampersand, and that is it. And after that, this is the greater than sign, and to write the greater than sign, I need to write the and this is the GT. So GT stands for greater than and LT stands for less than, and this is the ampersand you need to write before the less than sign and the greater than sign, and after that we need to write the colon to stop this. So let me just show you how to bring the less than sign here. So I'll take the h1 element. Inside that, I need to write this particular colon, or we can say this particular uh, smaller sign. So for that, I will write the ampersand, and I'll write less than sign and just write colon, and just save this and open our browser. So here you can see the less than symbol has been created. So if I want to create the greater than symbol, so I'll write and write GT and press the colon, and after that just save this and open our browser. So here are the two particular less than and greater than sign. So these are the use of the HTML entities. So let's move forward. So entity names looks like this. So entity, so we can use this particular what we can say HTML characters using the two entity names or the entity numbers. So the if you are using the entity names, so the proper syntax for that particular entity name is we need to write the particular ampersand and we need to close it with the colon, and between this we need to write the entity name. Or instead of writing entity name, we need to write the, if we need to write the entity number, we can also write the entity number, but we need to add the hashtag before the entity number. So this is the syntax for the entity name, and this is the syntax for the entity number. So we can display this less than sign using entity name also, and we can display this as less than sign with the entity numbers also. So to display this particular less than sign with the entity name, we can write this particular ampersand and just write less than, that is LT, and just write colon. Or if we need to write this particular logo with the numbers only, So for this particular, I'll write the ampersand and I'll just write the hashtag and I'll just write 60 and close it with the colon. So entity names are easier to remember than the entity number. So there are so many characters that are reserved by the HTML, and we need to memorize this all numbers. It will be more hectic. So using these numbers, the easier way to remember this particular entities is to remember it with the entity names. So moving forward, this is the examples of HTML entities which they have reserved, and if we want to use them, so this is the particular entity name we can use here. So if we want to create a blank space in our HTML, so we can use the ampersand and the colon, and between these two text we have to write NBSP. The NBSP stands for no breaking space. NB stands for no breaking and SP stands for space. That is, it will create some random amount of a space, and this random amount of space will not be occupied by the particular text or any other element. So, and we have seen this example, this is less than and this is greater than. LT stands for less than, GT stands for greater than. And if we need to write the ampersand sign, then we need to just write ampersand and just write AMP and just close with the colon marks. Okay. And if we need to write the double inverted comma, so here I need to write the ampersand, in that I need to write QUOT. And if I need to write the single quotation mark, so I'll write APOS. So in an HTML entity is a piece of a string that begins with an ampersand and ends with a colon. So here you can see these are the ampersand name. So this particular string will begin with the particular ampersand for each of the entity name and ends with the semicolon for each of the entity name. So these are the uses of the entity name, and these are the syntax of the entity name we are going to use. So here comes a practice question. So in this particular practice question, they have used the h1 tag, and in this they have made a cloud, and they have used this particular ampersand symbol, and they have used this particular umbrella logo. So by using the HTML entities, we can bring this text in our web pages. So search for the suitable cloud and rain entities. So okay, now I'll just write this particular text first. So I'll just remove this and take h1 element in this, and I will write the sky is cloudy. Cloudy. After that, I'll write the ampersand first. For ampersand, I just need to write the and symbol and amp and clo what is it, semicolon. Okay, I'll leave the space for the particular cloud, and I'll just write and amp and just write the colon. After that, it will rain. It will rain. After that, I'll need to leave some space for the umbrella and write TODAY. Okay, for this particular, I have what we can say, I have leave in the space for particular cloud and particular umbrella. So go to the web browser and write HTML entity name for cloud. So it will gives us the HTML entity name, that is and hash 9729. Just copy this, open the code and just paste it here. After that, I need the HTML entity name for umbrella. So it, what is the HTML code for the umbrella? So it gives me the particular unique code, that is u plus So here the particular unique code for this particular umbrella is here. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. So let me just save this and open my web browser, and I'll just refresh it. So here is the logo of the cloud, and here is the umbrella. So this is our particular cloud and this is our umbrella. We have used this using the HTML entities. So let's move forward to our next question, that is this contact name. So in this particular contact name, I'll just first erase this all and continue here. So in this particular example, they have used a company name with the h1 element, and this is the paragraph tag. This is the paragraph tag, and here they have used a telephone icon, and they have used a email icon, and they have used a at symbol, and here is also a copyright symbol. So they have given us all these, what we can say, for the particular phone they have given this HTML entity name, and here is the HTML entity name for this particular email box, and for this copyright symbol they have given our HTML name. So let's do this. So just open our HTML element, or we can say the HTML document. I'll just remove this. I'll write here h1 and press enter. So in this particular h1 I'll write company name. So in this company name, I'll take the paragraph. In this, I'll write lorem 10. So using the lorem 10, I'll just use only the 10 words, or we can say 10 uh, letters, or 10 words in this lorem. So after that, I'll I'll use this particular what we can say HTML entity name for this particular icon. I'll just write ampersand and write phone and just colon. So here I'll take another paragraph element. In this I'll write ampersand phone and colon. After that I'll write the particular number, that is I'll write plus 11 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. And after that I'll write the straight line, and after that I need to write the email logo, that is the entity number they have already given. I'll just write and percent. After that I'll write the hashtag. After that I'll write 9993 and semicolon. After that I'll write the email, or we can say the email logo has been created already by using this particular HTML entity number. After that I'll write the email address, that is admin@company.com. I'll write here admin admin@compan company.com. After that I'll take another what we can say paragraph tag. In this particular paragraph tag I need to create a copyright symbol. So to create a copyright symbol I need to use the copyright symbol entity name, that is ampersand copy and semicolon. After that I need to write 2022 company. So here is the total code, and I'll just save this and open my web browser. So here I have created an card that contains the company name. Here is the detail. Here is the logo of the what we can say this is as the telephone logo. Here's the email logo, and here's the copyright symbol. So we have created using HTML elements. This is all the practice questions. So you definitely practice this all once again after watching this particular video and understand the topics thoroughly. So our next topic is emit. What is mean by emit? So let's, here's this say visit emit.io. Okay, let's go to this particular browser and just write emmet.io and just press enter. So in this particular emit website has been opened. So here go to the documentation, In this particular documentation, they have given a particular syntax for the particular element types. So I'll just try. Okay, just a minute. Okay, so let's open the emit, that is emet.io cheat sheet. So in this emit.io cheat sheet, just open this first one, and here you can see the all the shortcuts which we can use in our HTML document. So if we want to create what we can say the unordered list with the list item, we just need to write the nav and greater than symbol, after that ul, after that the greater than symbol, and after that li, and we if we write this particular what we can say the shortcut, I'll just copy this here. This particular HTML tags will automatically generate. So I'll just open my VS Code and I'll give you example how it will be created. I'll just paste it and just press enter. Just a minute. Okay, I'll just write nav. Inside that I need a unordered list. After that I'll need a list item and just press enter. Here you can see the automatically they have created a tags group. So okay, if I need an unordered list with the list item of 5, I'll just need to write the unordered list and greater than symbol and li and multiplication of 5. I'll just write unordered list. In that I will need to write the list item, and list item should be of 5. I'll just press enter. So here it automatically generates our 5 yellow items with the unordered list. So there are so many cheat sheet, and you can go through it after when you are a free, when you have a free time, and use this all cheat sheet so that you can code the faster way. So when we create our HTML page, we just write the exclamation mark. So here you can see this is the emit abbreviation. The emit is basically the shortcut key to create the what we can say the boilerplate code. So just press enter. So here comes the boilerplate code. These are the all shortcuts you can see from this emit abbreviation. So let's move forward. So we have done what is mean by the emit, that is these are the shortcuts. So let's move to our last slide, that is mdn. So visit mdn dot. So just open our Google and just type here mdn, press enter. So go to our first page, and here in the references just press on the HTML. So here you will get the entire detail of the HTML on how, what are the different elements, and how to use these particular elements in the future. So here I have, for example, I need to learn about the body. Just click on the body tag, and inside the body tag these are the so many different types of HTML elements you want to learn. So after that I'll just go to the one br tag. So I'll just I want to learn about the br tag. So it gives the in all information about how the br tag works. So here I'll just reset. So after here, so the br tag has been used here, and after that the next element will go to the next line. So the next text will go to the next line. So here is the poem will be formed. So there are so many options you can use in the mdn. This is basically a documentation of for the html, css, and all other javascript, https, and everything. So you can go through this in your free time. So here completes our day 3 of html. So what we have learned, I'll just summarize once again. So in this particular notes, so what we have learned today is the inline and block element. What are the different types of inline element and a block level element, and the difference between these two elements. Okay, after that we have learned about the div element, and what is div element and how the div element uses. So after that we have learned about multiple div elements. After that we have learned about span element, and we also know the difference between the span element and the div element. After that, we have learned about the HR tag, that is the horizontal rule, which creates which adds the horizontal line on our web page. And we have used the subscript and superscript tags to write the chemical formula, and to write the mathematical formula using these two tags. After that, we have done some problem questions. After that, we have used the semantic markups to get the information from the tag itself. And this is the division of the content of the web page. So after that, we have learned about the HTML entities, how to write the particular symbol or particular logo using the HTML entities or HTML numbers with these examples. And here we have solved some practice questions, and this is the link or a website we need to visit and explore all the things. So let's conclude here only. So just revise this all things once again, and try to practice each and every problem by your own, and explore these links, that is emits and mdn, and explore a new thing. So till then, keep learning and keep exploring, and till then, goodbye, see you all, bye bye. Day 4 of the full stack web development course. So today in this course we are going to learn about the tables in HTMLs. So what is mean by the tables in HTML? So HTML basically have these tables which allows the web developers to arrange the data into rows and columns. So in HTML we can create a tables using the HTML elements, and those elements we are going to learn in the future slide. So in HTML we can create the tables using the HTML elements, and these tables or we can say that HTML tables allows the web developers to arrange the data into the rows and columns. So this is known as the row. Okay, this company, contact, and the country are present in the row, and these all the data which are present in the column wise, these data are present in the column. So in HTML, tables allows the web developers to arrange the data into the rows and the columns. Okay, so let's move to the further slide. So in HTML tables, a table in HTML consists of a table cell inside rows and columns. So in this particular table, there are so many rows and so many columns, and combination of these rows and columns forms the table. So in the particular single cell of we can say that there is a group of cells and combined to form rows and columns, and these group of rows and columns form the table. So this single unit of this particular table is known as the cell. Okay, so here is the basic code to write the to create the table in the HTML using this code. So I'll explain each and everything. So to create a table, just a minute. So okay, so this is the basic code. Oh, okay, so then I will create this table using this code. Okay, so from this, if we want to create a table, we need to declare the HTML element, that is table. By declaring this HTML element, so this is the opening tag of the HTML element, and this is the closing tag of the HTML element of the particular table. So if we want to create an table inside the HTML document, so we need to first write the HTML element for the specific table. So this is the opening tag of the table element, and this is the closing tag of the table element. Inside this, there are so many tags we are going to learn in this future slide, and I'll explain each and everything element of this particular tag in the future slide. So let's move forward. So there is one more thing I need to tell. In to see the HTML table on our web page, we need to add one more line, that is we need to add the additional information to the particular opening tag of the table, that is border is equal to black, to display the border of the tables. So if we don't write this particular line, the border line will not be shown on the HTML element. So why I am writing this border is equal to black is this, to display the border. I can write this particular code using CSS only, but to make you understand, I am introducing the CSS a small part here or here only. So to make the border color black, I am writing here border is equal to inverted commas black. So after writing this code, our table will look like in this fashion. Okay, so let me explain this particular table. So this is the table code, and this is the output of this particular code. So here in this particular table you can see that there are three rows and three columns in the table. So here, the first row is known as the heading row. So in this there is the company, there is a contact, and there is a country. So these are written in the bold tag, or we can say that this particular text has been written in the bold fashion, and the data which is present in each of these columns are known as the data element, or we can say, okay, or we can say that the table data. So after that, there are totally three rows and three columns. After knowing how many rows and columns are there, we are going to see what are the table headings. So here table headings is the company, contact, and the country, and the table data are this name, and this Germany and Mexico. So we are going to see the code now. So first, to create the table, we are going to introduce, that is the table opening tag, and here is the table closing tag. Inside that there are total three rows. This is the first row, this is second row, and this is the third row. So I have created three table rows, that is, this is the one table row, this is the another table row, and this is the third table row. TR stands for the table row. After that, in this so that I have created three table rows, so then I need to add the three columns. To add the columns, there are the headings. So this is the first heading, this is the second heading, and this is the third heading. So there are totally three headings. So I have created the first row. So this is the first row, this is second row, and this is the third row. In the first row there are totally three headings. So in this first table row there are three headings. There is, this is the heading 1, this is the heading 2, and this is the heading 3. So heading 1 contains the company. The company will be written here, and the second table, or we can say that the second heading has been written here, that is the contact, and the third heading is written in the country field. So after creating this table head, now moving further to the table row number 2. So in this second table row there are totally three data. They are this first one, second one, and the third one. So these particular data are been written in the form of the opening and closing tag of the table data. So to create a table data, we are using the tag that is the table data. TD stands for the table data, and TH stands for the table headers, or we can say the table heading, and TR stands for the table row. These are the main three tags that we are going to use. Using these three tags, we are creating the table. So they are TR, TD, and TH. These are the basic three tags we are going to use, and by using these all three tags we are creating the table. After that, we need to just write the data inside that and just print this. After executing this particular code, this particular table will be formed on our web pages. So this is how we can create our table. So let me just erase this all. So I hope you have understood how to create a table and what are the table or we can say the HTML tags used in this table. So let's begin with our basic, that is the table cell. So each table cell is defined by the TD and opening tag of the TD and the closing tag of the TD. So TD basically stands for the table data. So in this particular example here, the TD is the table data. Okay, for each table cell is defined by the TD data. So in the particular table, if we need to add the data, we use this particular table data tag, that is opening table data tag, and this is closing table data tag. TD stands for the table data. After that, everything between the TD opening tag and the TD closing tag are the content of the table cell. So in this particular cell, this is the one content, this particular is the one cell, and this particular cell contains some data. So this particular data should be written between this opening tag and the closing tag of the table data. So after writing this only, our table will be or we can say that the table cell data will be displayed here. So this is the basic code to write this particular output, to get this particular output. So here first I need to declare that I am going to write the or I am going to create the table. So this is the semantic declaration, or we can which we have learned in our previous lecture. So this is the table, and this is the closing table we can use here. And after that, there is we need to specify that how many rows are going to be there in the particular table. So here there is only one row, so I am creating only this one row. After that, how many columns are present in this particular table? So there are total three columns. In these three columns, these are the table data, or these are the data present in each single particular cells. So to implement this, I need to take this content and write in between the opening tag and the closing tag of this particular table data tag. After writing this all the data, I will print, and this will be the output. So let me show you how it will be executed on our VS code. Okay, so let me just open my VS Studio. So here I'll create a table. Inside the table, I'll see that how many rows are present. So there are total only one row. So I am going to write tr, and inside this tr there are total three columns. In these three columns, that means there are total three table data. So I am going to take three table data. So first table data contains me. After that, there is one more table data. Inside that there is Tobias. There is one more data, that is Linus. After that, I have already told in this table data. Okay, I'll just show you how it will look like. So just save this and open our web browser and just refresh it. So this will be in this fashion. So there is no border in this particular table. To see the viewing of the particular table nicely, so I'm going to write some CSS here, that is border. Border is equal to black. After writing this, I'll just save this and open my VS code, and just you can see here this with the border will be automatically generated here. So this is our basic table with the single row and with three columns. So I hope you have understood how I have created this all. So next topic comes here is the table row. So in this, each table row starts with the tr tag and ends with the closing tr tag. So TR stands for the table row. I have already told you how to create the TR table. Means TR using TR tag we are going to show that how many table rows are present in this particular table. So in this table there is two rows. They are this one which we have already created, and so this is the one which we have already created, and this we need to create now. So there is a one more table row which contains the data 16, 14 and 10. So I'll just update my code here only. So in this particular table there is one more table data. In this particular table data I'll just add one more, or so in this particular table row I'll just add a table data. In this particular table data we are going to write the table data. So here there is 16, 14 and 10. So I'll write 16, 14 and 10. So okay, I'll just save this and open my web browser. So here you can see that the one more table row has been created, and that these are the table data which we have written in the td tag. So let's continue with our slide. So next come is our table headers. So what is mean by table headers? Sometimes you want your cell to be the table header cells. So in those in those cases use the th tag instead of the td tag. So in the particular table here shown, this is the table we are going to create now. So in this particular table we need to create by, for example, if we want to create the table heading, so instead of using the td tag, we have to use the th tag. So by using the th tag we can convert this particular text into the bold, so that we can easily identify that this particular content is the table header. So to create the table header we are going to write the tag with the th tag. Th stands for the table header. So let's create this particular example. So I'll just remove this. Okay, wait, I'll just remove the content of the table. In this there is total. So to create this table, first we need to look at how many rows are present. Here there are totally 3 rows, so I am here creating the 3 rows. The first row, second row and the third row. So in the first row there is 3 data. They are, so in the first row there are totally 3 data. There is person 1, person 2 and person 3. So in this I am going to write th for the table header, that is person 1, person 2, person 3. Okay, I need to write this in th person 3, and just let me just save this. And after that I'll just open the table here. So this is the data, that is Imi, Tobias and Linus. Okay, they have only updated this particular heading. I'll just need to update this. I'll just bring my table back. So this is my table back. So I'll just add one more, that is the tr. In this particular I'll write the th. In this I'll write person 1, th, person 2, person 3. Okay, th, forgetting to writing the th, person 3. Okay, let me just save this and open my Chrome. So here the table header has been created in the first row. So that's the use of the th tag. So let's move forward. So these are the basic table tags. They are the tr tag, this is the td tag, and this is the th tag. So tr stands for the table row, and td stands for to display the table data, and th stands for to display the table header. Okay, so let's move forward. So here comes the semantics in the tables. So what are the semantics in the table? Semantics means by the uh, table, or we can say that by the HTML elements we can easily get to know that what this particular table, or we can say particular HTML element is going to do. It will give particular brief in description about the particular table element to the browser as well as to the developers also. So here there are totally three what we can say three HTML elements. They are T head, T body, and T foot. So what is meant by the T head? So it is to wrap the table header. So T head stands for the table header, and T body stands to wrap the table body, and T foot it used to wrap the table footer. So in the previous lecture we have seen that for example, mm, when there is a web page, the web page has been divided into many different sections. So there is a header, there is a footer, there is a navbar, there is a side, and there is a section, and so on. So here the head stands for the header. This will be the header. So in the table, if we need to create a header section, we are going to use the table t head. So after that, this will be the body section, and this will be the footer section. Same this web page, as it has been divided into the sections, so particular table will also be divided into particular sections. So I'll just explain it to you. So we can organize our table in the form of these particular tags using this th, t body, and t foot tags. We can organize our table in this form. So this particular first row will be known as the t head tag, because this is the heading part of the t head tag. So in this particular t head tag, the item has been this particular item, and this particular price has been written using the tag that is a t head. So sorry, they have used a th tag, that is the table heading tag. So this is the middle part of the table, that is the body tag. So in this particular tag we have used the td tag to insert the table data. So this last one is the footer. So it is present at the foot level of the table. So this is known as the footer. So here we can type it as t foot, and in between here we can type it as t body, and the first line we will write it as t head. So this is the semantics of the tables, which we are understood now how to use this and where to use this. So let's move to the next. Before moving to the next topic, I'll just create this table using the HTML. So I'll just remove this code, and I'll just create this particular table. So there is first row contains the heading tag. So I'll see there are totally 1, 2, and 3 rows. So I'll create 3 rows: tr, tr, okay, tr, and tr. So in this particular 3 rows, the first will contains the table heading, that is the item and price. So in this tr, I'll just type t. I need to create a table heading. So in this first one will be the item. I sorry for the disturbance. So next will be the price. So after creating this, so next we will go to this the table data. I'll just create here by writing td. So the first will be the ABC and the second will be the 10, 20, 30. So I'll write it here A, B and C. I'll just check it how it is going to look here. I'll just open the browser. Okay, it's like that. So I'll just remove this and I'll write A, B and C. Z and C. Control C. Okay, I need to use the more TD tags. I'll just remove this. I'll write TD and I'll write A here. So after that I'll write TD and I'll write B here. So I'll write TD in this, I'll write C. I'll just save this. Okay, it's like that. So that's okay, we have made some mistake here. So there are totally first row, second row, third row, fourth row and fifth row. I need to create 5 tr tags. So let me just create a 5 tr tag. tr1, tr2, tr3, tr1, 2, 3, 4. After that tr5. Okay, now it is correct. Table data, that is A, and second one there is 10, td 10. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it here. B, C, 20 and 30, the sum and the 60. I'll just save this and open my code. So here it is, the item and price A, B, C, and this is the sum. So this is the table which we have created here only. So let's move forward with our slide. Okay, so let's learn about what is mean by the row span and the column span. So the tables can have cells that span over the multiple rows and the columns. So the normal table will look like in this fashion, and if we want to create this particular tables like this and this, we gonna need the help of this column span and the row span. So the table can have cells that span over the multiple rows and or columns. So here the span, the meaning of this span is how much area it has been occupied. So the table can have cells that can occupy over multiple rows and multiple columns. So for example, this particular row has occupied these two columns, and this particular cell has occupied for one row, and it has occupied totally, so it has occupied only 3 rows and 1 column. So this particular cell has occupied 2 rows and 2 columns. So by using row span and the column span, we are going to create the table like this. So how we are going to do, we are going to use this particular attribute in the particular table data, or we can say that opening table row of the particular table data. So in our table data we are going to write this particular attribute, and we are going to add the number of table it has been occupied, or how much span it. So we can type here how much it has been spanned over multiple rows and columns. So this is the row span and this is the column span. So let's move forward. I'll explain this with an example. So here comes the first, that is the table. Inside the table I am using the column span. So to make a cell span over multiple columns, use the column span attribute. So what is meant by the span? This meaning of the span is how much area it has been occupied. So here, to make the cell how much it has been occupied over the multiple columns, use the column span attribute. Okay, then the value of the column span attribute represents the number of columns to the span. So using this column span, I can see that the particular cell how much it has been occupied the columns of the particular table. So for that I need to use this particular column span attribute. So here is an example of the column span. So this particular first cell has been occupying the first row, that is the row span of this particular cell is only 1, and the column it has been occupying, that is this is the first column and this is the second column. So those column span for this particular cell it will be the 2. So in so this name has been written in the particular th tag. So th, inside the th tag I'm writing the column span as 2. So why I'm writing column span as 2? Because this particular th tag has been occupying the totally 2, what we can say, columns. So I'm writing column span as 2, and I'm writing this particular name in here, and that's it. After that I will create the table as it is. So let's open our VS Code and just write the code here. So inside table I'm going to create totally 3 rows. So I'm writing here tr, tr, and one more tr. So inside the first tr there are totally 2 items. So the first one contains the table heading. So I'll write th, and I have this one more th. So I have created the two. This is the one th and this is second th. The second th contains the age. So I'll write here age, and the first heading contains the name. So I have wrote the name. So in this particular name, this particular th tag, or we can say this particular cell has occupied the 2 table columns. So I am writing here column span is equal to 2. That's it. This is the use of a column span. After saving and just see the output how it will look. So here it is the normal table. So I need to add still the data. So I'll just add the remaining data, that is names. Okay, I just need to add the table data here. The first name will be Jill, second name will be Smith, and the third data will be 43. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. I'll just save this. So here it is the table. So this is the name heading element, that is the table heading, and it has been occupied by the 2 columns. So for this particular table the column span will be the 2 and row span will be the 1, because it is only occupying a single row. So if the particular row span or the column span value is 1, we won't write the row span or column span for the particular table header. So if the value is more than 1, then only we are going to write it as or we can say if the value of the column span or the row span is 1, more than 1, then only we are going to write the column span and row span attribute in the particular table opening table tag. So let's move forward with our slide. So next comes that our table row span. So to make the cell span over the multiple rows, use the row span. So in this column span we have used the column span to span over the multiple columns. So for this table row we are going to use this particular cell span over the multiple rows. So the value of the row span attribute represents the number of rows to the span, or how much area it has been covered in the particular rows. That's the saying of this row span. So let's create, so I'll explain this example. So in this particular example, this name, what we can say, this particular first cell, the name cell has been occupying the first row and the first column. So here I am not going to write any row span or column span for this particular head. So in after that, here next comes the phone. So this particular phone has been occupying the only one single column, that is this column, but this particular phone has been occupying the two table rows. So this is the table row. So I'll, so for this particular cell the row span will be 2. So here in this, so this is the first row, this is the second row. So let's come to the second row. In this particular second row, the first or we, what we can say that the first phone, the first element, that is the phone, this is the th tag. After this, in this, so this particular cell has been occupied by the two rows. So I'm writing here row span is equal to 2, and I'm in further I am writing the data. So let's see, writing with our VS code. So in this particular example there are totally two, or there is totally, just a minute. So in this particular table there are totally three rows, that is first, second and third row. So I'm going to create three rows, tr1, tr2, and this is the tr3. So I'll just first write this code here. Okay, or I will create this first one. So in the particular first table row, the first element is the table heading. In the table heading I'm writing the name, and after that it contains the table data. Table data name has Jill. So after that I am writing here the table heading as phone. Inside that I am writing here row span as 2, and here I am going to write the table data, that is 555 1 2 3 4, 555 1 2 3 4. Okay, and in this particular last row I'm going to write only this one part, that is 555 8745. I'll write 555 8745. I'll just save this and open my Chrome browser. So here you can see this is the table which I have created here also. Okay, so let's move to this first practice question, that is this, we need to create this particular table using the row span or next column span. So let's create this. So in this example there are totally 1 2 3 4 5, 5 rows. So I'm going to create 5 table rows. So I have converted this 5 table rows, 1 2 3 4 5, and for the particular first row, for the first row there are totally 1 2, there are totally 2 items. So the or we can say that there is a total 2 table headings. So I am creating here th of 2 and one other th. So the first th contains table row as item. So I'll write it here, item. For this particular item, so this particular cell has occupied the one column, but it has occupied the two row. So I'm writing here rowspan as 2, and for this price it has occupied two column and it has occupied only one single row. So I am writing here for this particular as column span as 2, and I'll write it here as, I'll just save this and see my output. So here is item and here is price. So next comes the INR and USD. So inside the second row, I'm going to write INR and USD. I'll just write TH and write INR and USD. So this particular cell has been taking one column and one row. This is also taking one column and one row. After that, we just need to add this particular data. Just will write TD as 40, 10, and 0.14. So I'll basically copy this code and just paste this to save our time. I'll just save this and open my browser. So here's the table, it has been formed same as this particular table. Okay, so let's move forward. So here's the another question, we're going to solve this, or okay, this is another question we are going to solve. So let me just clear this. I hope you have understood how to create a table. So for this I need to check how many table rows are present in this particular table. So in this there are totally 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically there are 4 table rows. So I am creating here tr4 tags. So after creating the 3 table rows, there are how many columns in this present? So there is one column, second column, and the third column. So I'll write it here as th first column, th as second column, and th as third column. So in first column there is no content, so I'm leaving this first column as it is. In the second column there is average, so I'm going to write the average. So there is no th, there is only td. Why? Because there is no any highlighting here, or there is no any bold text available here. So I'm going to write only td. Td another one. So I'll write td here. So in this first cell there is no any data, so I'm leaving this like this. After that there is another data, that is average, so I'm going to write this here. After that there is one more table data which has the red eyes, so I'm going to write it here. Okay, for this particular cell it has occupied one single row and it has occupied two columns, so I'm going to write here column span as 2. And for this particular table it has occupied the one single column, so but it has also occupied the two rows, so I'm writing here as row span as 2. So now next come to our second row. So in this second row there are totally two items, that is height and weight. So I'm going to write here table data with height and weight. So this particular cell has been occupied one single row and one single column, and this is also occupying one single row and one single column. So I'll just leave it like that only. So here comes the table data. So this particular table data has So so next, coming to the table row here. So this particular cell has been occupied of one single row and one single column, and similar to this all cell, I'll just create this here. So the first table data is male, the second data is 1.9, the third table data is 0.003, and the fourth table data is 40%. So I'll just copy this information and paste it here and just save this and open our web browser to see our. Okay, I have made here mistake. Okay, the mistake is, so this particular first row which is here, let me just open my ppt. So this particular row or this particular cell is also occupying the one single column, and but it has occupied the two rows. So the column, so the row span will be of this particular cell will be 2. So I have missed here for this particular data, that is row span will be 2, and by saving this my code will be like this. So this is our final output. So let's move forward. I hope you understood how this has been done. So if you are not understanding, just replay this particular video once again and see how I have created each and every thing carefully. Just you need to revise this all these topics, you will be able to understand each and everything. So let's move forward. So here comes our next topic, that is the form. An HTML form is being used to collect user inputs. So in browser you have seen like this type of form, Google form, or we can say that the login page. Here in this we need to write the username, this is the password, this is to collect the user data from the user. So forms are used to collect the data from the users. So like this form, so to create the form tag we are using the form element. So this particular form element, from this particular form element we are going to generate this particular form. So by using the form element, it is used to create an HTML form for to create the form. So this is the basic syntax. So this is opening tag, this is the closing tag, and this, and here there will be the form elements. So the form element is a container for the different types of input element, such as a text field, checkbox, radio buttons, a submit button, etc. So I'll explain each and everything in the further slides. So let's continue this. So here comes the action attribute. What is mean by the action attribute? So the action attribute defines the action to be performed when the form is submitted. So what is meaning of this? So here is the example of the form. So when this particular form has been filled, and when we press the login or when we press the submit button, the the action will be performed. What the action will be performed is that the action attribute defines the action to be performed. So basically the action attribute defines the action to be performed when the form is being submitted. So when we click on the submit button, the what action the particular form needs to be performed, so that action should be written in this particular action attribute. So usually the form data is being sent to the file on the server when the user click on the submit button. So in this particular form we need to write the action attribute, and this in this particular action attribute we going to write the what we can say, this is the server file name. So after clicking the submit file button, so the all information goes to this particular page. So this is the use of the action attribute. So moving forward, here comes our first, that is the input element. So in this particular input element, this input tag specifies an input field where the user can enter the data. So in this particular input tag, this is an open field in which the user can add the input data. So I'll just show you how the input has been creating. So I'll write input and just save this and open my So this is an input where I can write anything and submit the page. So this is the anything. I'm going to take the input from the user. So the input element is the most important form element, because this is the box in which the user need to type the information. So next comes the type attribute. So the input element can be displayed in the several ways depending on the type attribute. So using the type attribute, the user can what we can say, user can input anything. So if the user can input only text by default, the HTML document will give us by default the type of the input as a text. So if the default will be as the text, so we can only write the text here. We can also write the numbers also. But if the type attribute contains the password, so let me just change here the type attribute to the password and just save this. After opening here, so here you can see the dot. So this is the password. You cannot see the text what have been written here. So next come the input type as a number. So just let me just change this as number. So after saving this file, so I will able to write only the numbers only. I will not be able to write the text. So here you can decrease the number or you can increase the number. So that's the use of this. So after that, here comes the input type as a time. So let me just clear this and type time and just save this. So here is the time. So I'll just click on this particular and set what is the time actually right now. So that's the input type attribute. So here comes the color, type of the color. So I'll just clear it and write color, just save it and open. So this is the black color. If I need to change anything, I'll just select anything and okay, this color will be selected. So these are the basic type attributes. So if you want to explore more, you can visit the MDN website and go to this particular attributes and check it out. So let's moving forward. So this is the basic form which we are going to create now. So this is the opening and closing tag of the particular form, and after that we are going to use this particular username. And how it will be, here will be the username. After that I am going to create an input box. From typing input, the box will be created in this. After that I am going to type here the text, so the type will be the text. And after that I am going to the new line and I'll write the password will be here, and after the colon, and after that here will be the input tag. So I'm going to take the input box and the type will be the password. So this form will look like in this fashion. So let us create this. So in this form, the first will be the username. I'll just write username and colon with the br tag to go on the new line. After that I'll take the input as a text. After taking the input as a text, I'm going to add br here also. After that I'm going to type password in that input. So here I'll just save this. Okay, I need to change here text with password. I'll just save this and open my web browser. So here is the form, that is the username and password. So I have forgotten to write the br tag here. I'll just save this and open. So here is the form. I'll write username and I'm going to write the password. So let's move forward. So here's the another example. You can try it out on your own. So this is the basic, the opening tag, and this is the closing tag, and this is the action by which when we create the submit button, the information which is present in the this particular form will go to this particular server. So this is the first name. After that it goes to the new line, and here the box will be converted. In this particular box the text has been written, and this is the last name, and this particular last name is also of a text, and here is the input type, that is submit. Then here a submit button will come. After clicking this particular submit button, this all information goes to this particular URL. So let's move forward, and here comes our next topic, that is the placeholder. So in this particular placeholder, or what we can say that this particular placeholder attribute specifies a short hint that describes the particular expected value of an input field. So let me just show you example what is meant by the placeholder. So in this I'll write one more thing, that is placeholder. Inside this placeholder I'll write enter user name, and here also I'll write placeholder, and I'll write here as enter password. So before going to this, so here in this particular box there is nothing from before only. So when I save this particular file and when I open this, so here the enter name and then enter password will be automatically converted. So this particular placeholder will gives us an additional information what we need to write in this particular box. So when we type this text that is present in this box, that is enter username, will be vanished out. So I'll type anything, so this will vanish out, and this password will also get vanished out. That's the use of the placeholder. Sorry for one second. So the placeholder attribute specified a short hint that describes the expected value of an input field. So the short hint is displayed in the input field before the user enters a value. So in the input there will be the short hint to the users, and after while entering the text the placeholder will get vanished. So the placeholder attribute works with the following input type, that is text, search, URL, number, telephone, email, and the password. So this is the basic syntax of the placeholder, that is the input tag with the placeholder and right here text. So after that there is one more example, that is the input tag, and after creating the input tag, the type which I'm going to write here will be the text, and the placeholder will be enter name. So this particular enter name will be written here. So let's move forward. So here comes our the next topic.
Continue with our next topic, that is labels. So what are labels? So it represents a caption for item in an user interface. So when you create an input type, that is input box, so here they have written you will find that there will be the name, right? Enter your username. So this type of things can be done using the label, what we can say, label elements. So to create label element, we just need to write the opening tag of the label and the closing tag of the label. Inside this, we need to type what we gonna label before our input box. So here they have written enter your username. So this particular will be shown in here, and by this particular tag they have brought this box, and inside this box they have used the placeholder as username. So by default here will come as username. So let's try with our code. So I'll just remove this and I'll write label. Just a second. Okay, in this label I'm going to type the input text, and I'm going to write placeholder as username. So let's just save this and open our browser and just refresh it. Just a minute. We need to write here enter the username, save this and open our browser. So here you can see this, using the label. Inside this label we have write the enter the username. So here the enter the username has been printed, and after that the input box has been created with the placeholder as username. So let's move forward. So the classical approach for the label is used to write this type of name, that is label for username, enter your label name and close the bracket and close the tag, and after that we will create the input type as a text and id as username and placeholder as username. So here you will learn the two type of attribute, that is id attribute and for attribute. So to link these two types of element, we use the id and for attribute. Either inside the label we use the for and for attribute with the value as username, and with the same value of the particular for attribute we will going to name it as same in the id place also. So for example, so in this label tag they have used for attribute with the value as username. So same username will be given to this particular id as username. So in input we need to give the id and name it as username. So make keep in mind that what you have named here, the same name should be written here, so that it will link to this particular label also. So let me show you the example. So I'll remove this. Inside it I'll write username. I'll write here enter the name. After that I'll take input text, and inside the id I'll write the same name, that is username, with the placeholder naming it as enter username. So press a save and open our browser. So here you can see enter the name and enter the username has been printed. So let's move forward. I hope you are understanding. So this is one more example of a label. Here the form has been created, and with the action, this action particular tells that when we press the submit button, this particular form will get submitted to this particular url, or we can say server. So after that inside this they have created a label naming for a first name. First name has been created, and for this particular name they have used a particular box, or that is the input type, and here the first name will be printed in here. After that they have used the last name, and after that they have created a submit button. So let's see how it is going to do. So I'm writing here form. Inside that I am writing action, that is action only, action. Inside this I am creating label. The for is your name, and the text is first name. Okay, I'll create input. Inside the text I'll change this name and as placeholder. Here I am going to write first name. Your id we should need to write the same as the for attribute. After that I'm going to add two break lines here to get the new line, and after that I'm going to create one more label for the last name. Last name, and for this particular label I'm going to type input text, and for this I'm going to type placeholder, and placeholder will be last name and id should be l name. So let's save this, and I need to create a button, that is input, and here type will going to be submit. Okay, and after submit the value should be submit only. The value is basically what we are going to type in that particular button. Okay, just save this, open a web browser. So here you can see I'll make it some more visible, like br and br. So let's save this, open. So here is our first form. So here is the this one, last name is this one, and when I submit my what I can say form, the particular form has gone to this particular url, or we can say this particular server. Okay, just clear this, let's move forward. So here you have seen the example of this particular submit button. When we click this particular submit button, the information which we have or we can say the information which we have put in this particular input box, this particular information will go into the server, that is that slash action. So when we put something here, when we press the submit button, it will go to the information to this particular action. But for now we have not created any action like a server. So this is the example. So just move forward. So here comes the button. The button tag defines a clickable button. So to create a button, we just need to type the button and the closing tag of the button and write the submit button here. So let's type, or we can see the button. So I'll just remove this button and I'll write here submit and just save this. So here you can see the submit button. After it is a clickable button. So there are different types of attributes in a button. So always specify the type of attribute for the button element. So we are going to what we can say, we are always going to specify the type of attribute used in a button element. So the syntax for the button element should be the button, and the type should be the button type or the submit type or the reset type button. So we are going to, we need to specify that this particular button is the button type, or it is going to be the submit button, or it is going to be the reset button. So if we choose the button will be the button is a clickable button. So when we put the attribute as only button, the particular button will be only the clickable button. If we put the submit button, the button will be the submit button, it submits the form's data. Okay, then when we use this reset button, the button reset button will do the reset the form data to its initial value. So let's try this all the buttons. So I'll just remove this and create a label. Inside that I'm going to write yell name, last name, text input here, placeholder as yell name, and id is equal to yell name. After that I'm going to write br br. After that I'm going to create a button. This is opening and closing tag of a button, and here I'm going to write submit, and here I'm going to type the type attribute, that is submit, and just save this and open our. So here is the last time when we type anything, and when we go to submit, it will get submitted. Okay, so I'm going to type form, this I'm going to type action, and I'll just cut it and paste it here and just save this. When I open this, I'll type anything, and when I submit, it will go to this particular server. So this is the submit attribute, and here I'll write button, and when I save this, so here comes the submit. So here comes the button, it will be only the clickable button, it will not submit to our particular server. So here comes the reset. So here I'll change the reset and just save this. When I open this, okay, when I'll type anything and when I click the reset button, it will automatically erase everything. So it will give us a new form. So that's the attributes of a type of attribute in the button type. So let's move forward. The next is our button using input. So we can create the button element using the input element also. We have seen this, how to create the button using the input element in this particular example. So that's the same, take the input button and tie and insert the type attribute, we're going to write the submit button. And this value, when we type this particular submit button, the button will be created of the submit, what we can say, the submit type. After that, inside this particular button, when we take this value attribute, it will type here click me, or when I change this to any other like hi, so it will clear this and it will write the hi button. That's the thing using the button input. So value attribute is used to display something on the button. So using this value attribute, it is used to display something on the button. So let's move forward. So here comes the name attribute. So name of the form control, submitted when the form as a part of a name value pair. So basically what does this name attribute does is, it gives the form what value it has been putted on the input element. So here is the example of input. This is the type what we are going to, which type of input we are going to use, and here is the placeholder. Enter your name will be shown on the box, and here is the id username, and this id is usernames to use to give the particular id for this particular input. And after that, here is the name, that is username. So when we type the name as the username, so it will take this particular username and shows what value we have typed in this particular input. So let me show you how it's going to work. I'll just erase this. No, I'll just keep it as same it as is this. I'll write name attribute and I'll write here username. I'll just save this, and now I'm open, just refresh it, I'll write anything. And when I reach, okay, the type is reset, I'll just need to change this to submit. Just save this and open the web browser and just write anything here. When I submit this particular button, the value will be printed here with the value name as username. So that's the use of this particular name attribute. So moving forward, here's the example of the particular what we can say, the name attribute. Here the form has been done, a form has been created with this particular what we can say, the server name. And after that, we need to write something like choose your favorite subject, and after that we need to create the button that says name of the button will be the subject, and type of the button will be the submit, and value will be the html. After that, this will be the value of button. So these are the examples of buttons. Just for, sorry for the disturbance. So so what we have learned in this name attribute, submitted the form data, the your input was received as a subject as is equal to html. So here the name will be given as a subject, and this particular value will be given as subject is equal to html. The server has proceed your input and return this particular answer. So when we use this type of code and when we press the submit button on our url, it will give us our the value of our what we have printed in this particular button. So let's move forward. So here is a particular question, that is create a search option that redirects its search request to the google. So how we are going to solve this particular question? So go to the particular google and search for an apple and copy the search urls. Okay, so let's go to our url and search apple. After that, copy this url and come to the question, and here, so we need to create a form here. And after that, I'll remove this all and create a form here, and the URL which I have been copied here, I'll just paste it here. And after that, inside the form, I'll create what we can say, we're gonna paste this particular URL here, what we have been done here. So just copy this much part only till search, okay, or we can say that till the question mark. Just cut this and paste it here, okay. After that, we need to take the input, but input, what we can say, attribute, input element. So in this particular element, the type will be the text only and the name will be the q. So why q? So here in this particular URL, you can see that this is the what we can say, the value name of q. So here we are going to use the name as q, name as q. So here the name will be the q, and here will be name will be the q. So after that, we are going to use the placeholder as anything, as search on Google. After that, we are going to take the button of submit button. When we save this, so we have taken this form, we have pasted the URL here, we will take the input and we will take the button. So when we, I'll just remove this particular URL. So inside, let's save this. So I'll show you the magic how it's going to work. So just refresh it, come back and just refresh it. So here I'll search Apple. So when I type the Apple and when I submit the page, so it will go into this particular page. So that's how it's going to work. So what I have done, I'll tell you once again. So I have searched anything. For example, I'll search as watermelon. So this page I'm going to use. So when I create on, so when I press the submit button, this particular page should be opening. So I'll copy this URL. So in this URL, you can see that here the slash search will be given. So the slash search is only this particular search button. So after that, they have used a name value as q, and this is the watermelon. So watermelon should be written here. So watermelon, when we write here, this particular URL, this particular name will go to this particular URL, and this particular URL will opens with this particular page, okay. I hope you understood how it's going, how it has been worked. So if you didn't understood, please watch this video once again and you will definitely understood it. So let's move forward with our next topic, that is the checkbox input type element. So in the input types, there are so many types of what we can say attribute we are going to use. The first type is the checkbox. Defines the checkbox. Checkbox means, so the checkbox is shown as a square box that is used to check or tick when activated. So checkbox are used to let a user select one or more options of a limited number of choice. So when we are going to create some of the forms, so there will be the checkbox like what are the things you are going to like, and they will give some of the options, and inside the some of the options there will be some the square box, and you need to tick which you are going to do and which you are going to not. So when you tick this, so this type of what we can say ticking is known as the checkbox. So here is the example of the checkbox. So if you have a bike, then you are going to this uh, tick this particular button, and if you have car, you can going to tick this particular car, and if you have boat, you can tick this particular button, and when you submit this, and this information will go to the server. So here is how they have created the form. So here is the form, and here is the action, what we can say, it will going to be the server. And after that, I am going to the input type as a checkbox with the ID, vehicle number, name, and here is the name, and this will name will going to the show the value which we are going to tick on the server, and here is the value. So this is the label, one more label for the for vehicle. This particular ID has a vehicle name, and this label is for the vehicle name also. Then I'll going to have I have the bike, and I'll just take this. So I have created this particular with this code, and after that I'll going to create a one more and one more with the input submit button. So let's do this. Control Z. I'll just delete this. Okay, so let's create this checkbox. So I'll remove this all. I'll create a form naming as whichever action. Inside this particular form, I'll create a label naming it as what we can name it as. So here they have used vehicle 1. Inside this, I have a bike. For this particular level, I'm going to create an input. Input will be the checkbox. Checkbox here. Name will be vehicle 1 and ID will be the same as vehicle 1. And so we have created ID, name and value. So ID, name and so value has not been created. So vehicle 1. So here we have created this particular input. First I'll just copy this particular and just paste it. So just and I'll create one more button, that is button of submit. So let me just save this and open my browser. Just cancel this and just refresh it. So here I have so many checkbox. So I'll add the br 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 and I'll write here br. I'll just save this and open my. So here you can see this is the checkbox. When I press this, it will get ticked. When I submit this, the all value will be gone here. The vehicle 1 will be the vehicle 1 values, and here the form will be submitted to this particular server. So moving forward, next input type will come at as a radio. So what is this particular type of input radio? So this particular input type radio has been written like this. So it defines the radio button. So radio button are normally present in a radio groups, a collection of a radio button describing a set of related options. So only one radio button in a group can be selected at the same time. So but in our checkbox we can choose multiple options, but in our radio we can only be selected at the same time. Only one button we need to select at the same number of time. So the radio group must share the same name, the value, or what we can say that the value of the name attribute must be the same as the our group name. So to be treated as on our group. So once the radio group is be created, selecting any radio button in that particular group automatically deselects any other selected radio button in the same group. You can have many radio groups on the page as you want. So as long as each group has been its our own name. So what it's basically telling it as, so when we create a radio button, if there are so many options radio buttons, so there will be the any name. So when we in this particular group of options, we need to choose only one option. If we choose this particular option, these two will be deselected, and if we choose this option and we are going to select this choose option, so this particular selected option will deselect and this will be the chosen option. That's the radio option. So I'll show you example. So here you can see this is the radio option. So when I choose this particular number of what we can say this particular option, so this particular blue mark will become here and here will be the blank mark. So this is the radio option. We need to choose only one option from this particular options. So just what we can say, just change this type as radio 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 and just save this and open our browser. go back, refresh it. So here I have a bike, I have chosen this, and if I choose this, it will not choose. So I need to choose only one particular option, and when I submit this, this particular value will go on here. So let's move forward. So next input type will be the select input element. So the select element is used to create a drop down list. So the select element is the most often used in our forms to collect the user input. So the name attribute is so the name attribute is needed to reference the form data after the form is submitted. If you omit the name attribute, no data from the drop down list will be submitted. So if we have to use this name attribute needed to the reference from the reference the form data after the form is been submitted. So when we didn't put so when we don't put this particular name attribute, the drop down list will not be submitted. So the id attribute is needed to associate the particular drop down list label with the label. So the option tag is so the option tag inside this particular select element defines the available options in the drop down list. So here is the example of the particular what we can say select input element. So this is the car chosen. So when we type this particular button, it will show the list of car we're going to select, and when we press that particular option, the particular option will be shown here, and we need to submit the button, and that submit button will go into this particular url and it will show the value. So let's create this particular select button also for select. So here they have used a label. So in this there is a for lakhs car, and they have typed as choose car. After that they have taken as select element. In that particular select element, the name should be the same as the car and the id should be the same. After that we are going to choose the options opt option. The value should be the same value. We are going to save it as Volvo, and here will be the name, or we can type it here as only V. I'm going to create another option. In that the next option is another option. I'll type it as O. Here it is Opel, and one more option, type it as A and Audi, and I'll type BR. After that I'll take the button that is of submit button to submit this particular form. So what I have done is I created this form with this particular server. In this I have created a label that chooses the car, and with the attribute for that is the cars. So I have created the box which selects the multiple these are the options. To we need to select any one. So there is the value of this particular name of this particular options, and in the select button there is the name attribute and the id. This id will choose, or we can say this id will connect this particular to this particular label, and the name will be the shown on the url. So this is the submit button. So when I save this and open my browser, so I'll just refresh this. So here you can see this is the choose car, and here there is so many options. So I'll just select audi, and when I press the submit button, the car will be saying as is. So this car is particularly this name cars, and this particular a is I choose on audi, so it will send the value as a. So this is the how we can select the in select option. We can choose this from this input element. So after moving forward, let's move to the range input element. So basically it will take this particular range. So if we need to increase our volume, we can press this particular button and just we can choose any other options. Like if we need to increase the volume, we can choose this particular button and move to the right, and if we decrease the volume, we can choose the particular button to left. So what is particular this type of a range? So this particular range defines a control for entering a number whose exact value is not important, like a slider control. So this is the slider control. So the value will be not so important for us, and the default range is from 0 to 100. So the HTML document will give us the range from 0 to 100 by default. If you want to change the number from 0 to 1000, you can manually type the from 0 to 1000 range. So however, you can set the restrictions on what the numbers are expected, the attribute below. So in this particular range, there are four different types of attribute. They are max, minimum, step, and value. So using this max specifies the maximum value allowed. So this will be the maximum value, and specified the minimum value allowed, this will be the minimum value allowed. So step means it specifies the legal number of intervals. So if the maximum number will be the 100 and minimum number will be the 0, step means step if I write the step value as 10, so when I move the slider, it will goes to the 10, and after that when I move to the right side, it will go to the 20. So it will give, yeah, so it will take the step by step value. First it will go to 10, after 20, after 30, and so on to till 100. So this is the step of function. After that, value specifies the default value, and it when I go to this particular 50 button, when I submit, when I click on the submit button, this particular value will be gone to the URL link. So here is the example of this range particular option. So let's see how we are going to do this. We just remove this particular, and we are going to take the label. Here I'll type the volume button, select the volume, and I'll take input as range, with the name as volume, which I'm going to show on the URL, and the ID should be the volume because of this particular label. So after that, I'm going to type the manual, that is max as 100 and minimum as 0 and step as 5, let's say 5. So let's submit, let's save this and open to our browser and just refresh it. So here it is there. I can choose the 5555 option like here, and when I submit this, so here the volume will be the 30. So here's how you can choose this particular range. So next comes is our text area. So what is mean by text area? So here you can, so see, this is the particular box. In this particular box we can add any or we can say feedback form, or we can say any text we are going to write. So this, using this particular text area, we are going to use this particular, or we can create this particular form. So what is text area? So text area tag defines a multiple line text input control. So in this particular input there is only one line, but in this text area there is so many input lines, so you can type any number of texts. So the text area element is often used in the form to collect the user input like comments or reviews or feedbacks. So in particular form we will get that give you a feedback or something example like that. So they are using basically the text area element. So after that, moving to the forward, the text area can hold an unlimited number of characters. So this particular text box will be holding unlimited number of characters. So here the name attribute is needed to for the reference the form data after the form is submitted. So when we submit the particular text, the this particular name attribute will be the shown on this particular URL. After that, the ID attribute is to be needed associate the text area with the label. So this ID attribute will be the used to select the particular label or to connect the label from our input element. So the size of the text area is specified by the columns and rows. So to if we need to create the text area of the particular rows means how many number of rows you want in the particular text, and how many columns you need to get from the particular input button. So here is the particular code. So I'll just Go to the VS Code and just write here label will be the feedback. I'll just change here. So here I'll write give me your feedback, give me your feedback option. After that I'm going to change this as, here they have used a text area, so I'm going to change this input. I'm right text area. When I press it, the name will be the so let's say feedback, and ID will be the same as our label, that is feedback. And after that I'll using the, what we can say, rows, how many rows I want. So I'll write row, yes, I'll type it as 5, and column I'll type it as 10, and I'll just save this and open my web browser and go back and just refresh it. So here it is the form. I'll write anything like hello world, and when I submit this particular form, it will go here. The feedback will be this will be the name attribute, and here what is the letter we are going to write, that is hello plus world. So this will be submitted to our particular server. So moving forward, so here's the practice question we are going to use in this particular question. So let's do this. So let's create this particular form. I'll just clear this all. Okay, I'll just remove this. So in this they have used in this h1, and these are the two input tags, and here will be the what we can say choose option, or this particular will be the select option. So here what we have used here, the same will be the using here. So after that they have used a checkbox with the register button. So let's do this. So here in this particular form I'm going to write the h1, which says the registration form. After that I'm going to give the input text, and I'll write it here as, what I can say, as a placeholder. The name will be the first name. Okay, inside that I am going to create another input, that is placeholder as last name. I'm going to create a particular label for this input. For will be the f name. For this particular I'm going the id f name, and for this I will give name as f name. So after that I'm going to give here as l name, and here I'm going to give it as l name. After that I'm going to type label for this particular, here says l name. After that I'm going to give on the next line, so I'll write here br. After that here is the what we can say the select option. So we are going to use this particular select input, that is we need to create this particular for this particular page, this one. So please select gender. So I'll take this select input from here. So let's create a label. So in this particular label I'll write gender. I'll write here select the gender. After that I'm going to type it here as the select, that is select option select, and here I'll going to type it is name as gender, and id will be the same as of our label gender, And inside this I'll create the options for the value, like male, m for male, and one more option for female, another option for others. So after creating this, after I need to create this checkbox. So here I'll write it as br. After that I'm going to take the checkbox. So how to take the checkbox we have learned in here also. So to create the checkbox I need to take the label and the input. So I'm going to take the label. Here I'm going to type, that is, do you agree, or okay, yes or no. I'll write it here as yes, no, and I'll write it here the same. Do you agree? Do you agree to all terms of services with this question mark? Okay, inside this I'll create a input button saying that checkbox. Here name will be the yes no type, id will be the yes no type. So here, okay, after that to select yes I agree, I'll just see here. Okay, I created a label, I have a bike, and inside that I'm going to write input type checkbox id. I have given a type as checkbox, and id will be the yn, name will be the yn, and value will be the yn. Okay, after that I'll need to give one button, that is button of register. Just save this and open our web browser, go to the back, just refresh it. So here is the form which we have done. So I'll write the first name as anything, last name as anything. I'll just select a male and select this checkbox, and when I press this particular register, this all information will come here. I press this, so here is the name. First name will be the this, and last name will be the this, and gender will be the male, and why I have checked or not, this will be the value. So like this we are going to we have done this particular form. So let's move to this particular form and let's create how they have, or we can say how to write this particular code. So let's do this with this particular example. So let's create this particular form. They have used the input, and here is the what we can say the radio buttons, and here it is the choosing the multiple option, or we can say the select attribute they have used here, and this is the feedback form, or we can say here is the message like a text area, and here is the checkbox type, and this is the submit button. So let's create this. So I'll create one form, and first of all I'll create the label. Inside this I'll type name, and I'll write here name. I'll go to the next line and input. Inside this I'll leave it as text only. In this particular name I'll write name, and the id will be the name. So after that I'm going to add the new line. So moving to the next, that is I'm creating one more label with the name known as sex, and I'll write it here as input as sex. I want to create the radio buttons, so input will be the radio. After that the name will be sex, which is going to display on the particular url type, and here I'll write the id, it is as sex and value as male for the particular radio button. After that, I'm going to create one more label. Here the label will be the male. Inside this I'll write male. This has been created the radio button for particular male. So the for same I'm going to create for female also. I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. Inside that I'll just copy here and paste it here. So here is x and here I'll write it as female and I'll change it here as female and here also female. So I created this radio buttons. After that, moving forward, I'll write it new line. After that, I'm going to do a label with the select button, or you can say UNTRY country, to choose which country you are from. I'll take the select one with the naming it as country and ID as country to connect with this our particular label. Inside this, I am creating the option. So my first option, or we can say the select an option. So after that, I'll give the new line. So next comes is our the particular text area. So for that, I'm creating a label. Inside that, I'll write message. Here I'll write message. So I'll write it as text area. I'll give it his name as message. ID will be the same as our label. And inside this text area, I am, so I'll write it here as how many rows I want. So I'll write 4 and column as 50. So here I have created a text area. So I'll add new line br. After that, I'll add one more label for checkbox. So here I'm going to add the for that is subscribe. I'll write subscribe. After that, I'll write here subscribe and question mark. After that, I'll take the input type as checkbox, the name and the ID will be the subscribe. I'll just copy here and paste it here, and I'll take one more value, that is yes. After that, I'm giving the new line. In this, I'll type the input, or I will what I can say, I'll create a button which says submit. Okay, just save this. I'll tell you everything. So this is the form which is this server name, and I have created this particular, this particular will be name, this particular name will be the here, this particular name. After that, I have created this particular box. So this is the particular input box. After that, I have taken this sex as a name. So I've created a label for this particular sex. After that, here there are two options, male and female, with the radio button. So this is the male radio button, then this is the female radio button. Here's the radio and here is also radio. So this will be the name, or we can say the label, particular country, and this will be the select an option. So this will be the select an option with the select an option button, like here only. After that, I'm creating a label of a message. So here is the label for a message, and here is the box, input box, with the input text area here with the rows 4 and column 5. After that, I have taken the checkbox button. So here is the label for the subscribe. So this subscribe will be the here, and this is the input checkbox button. So this is the type checkbox with the value yes, and here is the button, final button. So let's save this and open our browser and just refresh this. So here's the, what we can say, our form has been created. So I'll write anything like q. I am a male. I'm going to select and select an option. I'll write q and I'll select and I'll just submit. So this all information goes here. Name will be the q, sex main, country will be this anything, and message will be this particulars. So here is how we are going to create this particular example. We have created this particular, I hope you have understood everything. So this will be the homework problem you need to create using this all what the topics we have learned today. So here completes our HTML part. So in the next, from the next class, we are going to learn the CSS. So congratulations, we have completed our HTML. So see you in the next video, that is for the HTML. Take care, goodbye, keep learning and keep practicing.